What's up, guys? What's up? Happy Monday. I hope everyone had awesome weekends and you got to hang out and relax and, maybe do some traveling, maybe do some eating. I spent most of the weekend with my fam, so it was awesome. We celebrated my brother's birthday, so happy birthday, Nick, one more time. And yeah, we just chilled out, and it was so much fun. Everybody but Sam was back pretty much, so it was real chill. But something embarrassing happened this weekend. I listened to the new Taylor Swift album, and let me tell you, about what I expected. I listened to the first song has Post Malone on it, and I was like, okay, promising, because I love Post Malone. But the first, the second song on the album, Dead Poet Society, I can't remember, Tortured Poets Artist, Tortured Poet Description Goal, something like that. That song's good. I like that song, I'm not gonna lie. Tortured Poet Society, whatever the album name is, whatever song that is, that's a good song. I like that song. I've listened to it like 3 or 4 times. It's good. It's got like that 80s synth vibe, and I was like, okay. And the bass is really nice. I was like, okay, this is like, all right. This is what I'm looking for. Something that's not. It sounded a little different, and I was like, okay, bet I can do this kind of vibe. And then number 3 was all right. It kind of continued that. Number 4 was not bad. It's called Drop Dead Body. Down Bad. It's called Down Bad. Track 4 is Down Bad, and it's not bad. Down Bad is not bad. It's like, alright, it's decent. And so with those 4, I was okay. I was like, alright. I actually stopped listening to it after track 4 so that I could listen to it like there was promise. Like for all of last night, I legitimately thought I was going to be a Taylor Swift fan. And it was the most nerve-wracking time of my life. Like I woke up in the middle of the night like in a cold sweat, like, oh, am I becoming a Swiftie? Is this happening? Like I was so nervous because, like I said, that album is like 16 songs long, and like the extended version is like 31 songs long. Ain't no way. I know I told you guys I give every T Swift album a chance. Ain't no way I'm listening to 31 songs. I'll tell you that right now. I barely could do 16 of those things. Barely. But yeah, I listened to the first 4 and I was like, this is promising. Like I didn't like it that much, but like there was one that like was like, okay, caught me. And so I wanted to give it a fair shake, give it a nice, listen. I'm laying in bed and got Nashville with me, the sun's out. I want to give it that kind of like, I want to give it some respect, okay? I was trying. But last night I was sweating just thinking, man, I'm going to become a Swiftie. Like, and it was like not good. I had to take some Dayquil to like kind of balance out my regulatory system. Or my circulatory system, whichever one is in charge of music taste. And endocrine. But so yeah, I was worried I was gonna be a Swiftie. Thankfully, I kept listening to the album, and that wiped away all fear of becoming a Swiftie. Because after track 4, that album is basic as heck. Like super basic. It's like the best way to put it is I heard a quote or I read a quote from somebody who said, "Man, I wish I was a Swiftie so I could be satisfied with so little." And that's like the most accurate description because at least I know now. At least I know like now when if I hear like a review or like hear somebody who's like a Swiftie like hyping up that album, I can be like, good for you for being satisfied with so little. It's like apart from Dead Poet Society or Dead Tortured Poets Department, besides that one song and like Florence and the Machine's verse on one of the songs and a little bit of Down Bad. Besides those, every other song on that has already been done by a much superior artist, like much more superior artist. Like so many of those songs are just like they just feel like worse versions of other songs, you know. And the writing, ooh, I could not like her writing. I don't want to say cringe, but her writing, like something about her writing just feels like a high schooler who's doing poetry. Now, no, I wrote poetry in high school, so no judgment at all, and that poetry was awful. One of these days I'm going to dig some of that up and we're going to read it because I am not above shame, I'm not trying to shame Taylor Swift. I'm just like, it's like it never progressed out of that. It just seems like now she's just trying real hard to sound smarter than she is or sound like, more poetic than she is. But like I was trying, I literally legitimately like sat there and tried to wipe away the bias, and I tried to like listen with a fresh ear, and I was like, and like I said, those first 4 songs were promising because it was like the melodies were catchy, the bass line, even like some of her lyrics, like it worked. I mean, she used the F word a lot, which I was like surprised. Like the first 4 songs have more F words or F bombs than I think I've ever heard from Taylor Swift. And I wasn't mad at it. I was like, it works. So I had so much promise. Like I said, I was worried I was going to become a Swiftie, but thankfully, I just kept listening. And that leveled it out. That brought me back. It's like I was dangling off a cliff, headed toward like rocks, and like a gust of wind kind of keep listening, blew me right back up under the solid land. And I'm so thankful for that. Because, man, I do wish I'd be satisfied with so little, but I can't. I want depth. I want real depth. Like, it's just so many like moments on that album where I'm just like, it's like the writing is disjointed from the music. It's like, it's the weirdest thing. It's like I can't be engrossed in the song because it doesn't feel like her. It doesn't feel like it feels like somebody who is trying way too hard to write florally when they should just write. I don't know, it just doesn't. Maybe it is her. Maybe I just don't like her writing. That could be it. Maybe I'm giving it too much credit. Maybe I'm just like, that's her writing and I don't like her style. But like, it's almost like I can notice it because I've tried. It's like I used to really want to write like F. Scott Fitzgerald. Like he was my favorite author growing up. I loved the way he wrote. I loved his similes and his analogies and his kind of floral, writing. Like it was very colorful and very beautiful. But like I couldn't write like that. Like I couldn't think in terms of those words and those colors to write. And it's like there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, look at Ernest Hemingway. That dude essentially writes the opposite of what I think F. Scott writes. Like those two are on the polar opposites of, you know, writing style. You know, F. Scott is, you know, a bunch of words, bunch of beautiful, you know, descriptive words. You know, he's writing sentences that are like 30 words long with 16 commas. And Ernest is writing words that are sentences that are like 5 words long. And it's like, sometimes these days I connect more with Ernest, where it's like, his name's Ernest, where it's like short and sweet, but it's like, it hits. So it's like, it's one of those things where I don't feel like Taylor, and like I said, who am I? T Swift, get your bag, get your money. I mean, break those records, make your money, whatever it is that you try and do it. Like, on one half, I'm like glad for anybody who's successful. Like, do your thing, get your money, like, be you. So it's never like personal. It's just like, when I'm listening to it, I just feel like, she's trying to write in a style that I just don't. It doesn't feel authentic to me, you know. It's like she's reaching for all these things, and I'm like, it just doesn't connect. It's like I'm almost focused too much on like how she's trying to say something versus what she's even saying at all. Where it's like, you listen to like Samia or like Ciro's, or if you listen to Ethel Cain, bruh, if you listen to Ethel Cain, it's like Ethel Cain has already made like 9 of those Taylor Swift songs, but has done it much better, in a way better concept, in a much better fashion, with lyrics that cut you to the core. Like, if you don't know Ethel Cain, go listen to, I think she's got 2 albums out, but listen to her most recent one. She's got some songs on there that's like the back half of the T Swift album kind of felt like it was getting like Southern Gothic on me. And like I said, when I was listening to it, it was just like, Ethel Cain has already cornered this market. She's killed it. Like, if you listen to that and then you listen to T Swift, you're like, why would I listen to this T Swift album? It's just a worse version of that, apart from the first 4 songs. And like some of those, like the slower ones, it's like if you listen to Ciro's, Searows, she's got 2 EPs that like are haunting in a way that T Swift could never reach. Like, I felt like there was 2 songs on Tortured Poet Society that like she was trying to go for like haunting or like wistful, and it just fell flat for me, because it's like, listen to anything by Ciro's and you'd be like, oh, that's what emotion feels like. It's like T Swift kind of feels robotic to me. Like, if that makes sense to you at all. It's like, and like I said, no shade to the Swifties, because they like what you like. Like, you know, don't take this, I'm just another guy who's ragging on a T Swift album. Like, don't take my opinion. If you like it, you like it. But it just feels so robotic to me, and like, just almost like, you know, when you just writing an essay and you just picking a thesaurus and just picking out words that, you know, sound pretty, but don't really make you feel. You know, these days when I'm listening to music, I want it to make me feel something. I've listened to so much music that it's like, I'm not going to waste my time on just music that sounds nice or words that sound cool. You know, I want it to really affect me. I'm not going to, you know, I'm like halfway through my life. It's like, I only got a certain amount of music I can listen to. And if I'm going to listen to it, I want it to make me feel things. That's why I love Korean drama so much. It's like, you know how many American American movies I've watched where it's like, at the end of it, I'm just like, I don't feel anything. Like, that was a waste to me. It was a good movie. The writing was good. It didn't leave me feeling anything. Like, But when I watch a K-drama, that first episode in, I'm like feeling things. I'm feeling nostalgic. I'm feeling wistful. I'm feeling, romantic. I'm feeling cute. I'm feeling all these things that, like, I guess that's the whole point of, my existence, is trying to feel those things. And T Swift did not, those feelings did not occur for me. But like I said, if they occurred for you, that is wonderful. I'm glad. Like, do your thing. Feel those feelings. Like, that's awesome. But it's like I said, when I was listening, I listened to those first 4 songs. I was like, okay, this is not bad. I can work with this. There's something here that I'm like, okay. I thought if that would have continued that vibe the entire album, I probably would have liked that album. I don't think I would have been a Swiftie, but like, I'd have been like, okay, that one I can listen to in the car if someone's playing it. But it did not continue that way. It got even more, it felt pretentious. Like, some of her lyrics were just like, I could tell, it just felt like she was reaching. It just felt like T Swift was reaching on that one. And I was just like, I couldn't do it. I listened to all 16 of those original. I even listened to like 2 of the extra whatever that's on like the 31. The one with the 31 songs on it. And I just couldn't do it. I'm not a Swiftie. I'm here to confirm that, you guys, I'm not a Swiftie. It just, there were 2 songs on that album that I liked, and I will admit that freely. I'm not ashamed in that. But the other 29, no, I can't say 29. I only listened to 18. So the other 16, not that good. Like I said, every single other one just felt like it was a song another artist I already love has made. If you listen to Samia made a album with like 8 or 9 songs, I think, on it. And that album is much more cohesive and much better than this T Swift album. Like, Samia did in 8 or 9 songs what T Swift tried to do in 31 songs. Or 16 songs, It was like one of those things. Like I said, don't let me influence your opinion. If you rocking with T Swift and that's your new favorite album, bump it every day. Wear that thing out. Get her plays up. Get her streaming up. But do not play that around me. You will not get the aux cord. You will not get the aux cord in my car. Not if you're going to play that. And I give it a shot. But the first 4 songs are 2 of the first 4 songs are good. The first 4 have like a nice rhythm to it. And then the 12 that follow, boring as heck. Boring as heck. I think there's one other song that has like an interesting like pre-chorus or chorus as well. It's like, I think it's the one that's like, I can change him, I swear, or something like that. It's like, that one has an interesting, but it's also just boring for 80% of that song. And I'm honestly excited to see which ones like pop out, which ones like become TikTok hits, which one become like the ones people gravitate toward. Because Torture Poet Society and I keep forgetting it, Down Bad. Those 2 T Swift songs, decent. Especially Torture Poet Society. That one is probably the best one I've heard from T Swift in a minute. But I'm curious to see like what people think compared to like Evermore or Nevermore or like Ever After or whatever her like other albums were. I'm curious to see if people like enjoy the vibe as much. Because I don't know, Swifties, you can't take them at face value. Like, they will like I said, so satisfied with the bare minimum. So it's like, I don't know what to expect. I'm real curious though. So yeah, that was my weekend. Is I listened to T Swift's album. Just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. Wasn't that good? And then I finished Wedding Impossible. And honestly, Wedding Impossible is one of the rare K dramas that like gets better as it goes on. Like, remember that first couple episodes? Not feeling it. I almost stopped after episode 2. I did stop, and then I was like, I just need something while I'm eating. But then I kept going with it. And by the end of it, honestly, it was good. You know? So like I'd say the first half was like a 4 out of 10. Probably. That's just being generous. Maybe like a 3.5 out of 10. But then the back half of that thing, episodes like 7 through 12, I'd put like at a 8 or a 9. Like, so it was definitely worth me sticking around for it because it averaged out to be like probably I'd say like a 6 or a 7. But the fact that it's finished so strong makes me like think highly of it. So like, and honestly, when I was watching, like, you know, at the end of a lot of shows, but K-dramas especially, at the very end, they'll put like a little montage or like they'll put like flashes from the series itself. And honestly, I was watching it and I was just like getting sad. I was like, man, I'm sad I don't get to see this more. Like, we just went on this journey. I mean, I was watching that for like a week, which is long for me. So it's like I was watching all these like scenes of them when we first met them and like through their journey together. I'm like, oh, that was fun. I'm gonna miss that. So yeah, if you get a chance, well, no, I don't really recommend it. I recommend that I would recommend it if you're like heavy into K dramas. It would not be my first one to recommend. It wouldn't be my 20th one to recommend. But like if you're just needing something to watch and you just something to fill the void, that would be one. It's like a throwaway K drama, pretty much. But then I jumped to Crash Landing on You. I'm gonna rewatch it because Sun Yu Jin. Remember we talked on Thursday about how she's the top of my list of celebrity crushes. That's pretty much the reason I'm watching it again, because I want to watch something with her in it. And I think based on her Instagram, I think she's like back into making either a movie or TV, which I'm excited for because I will watch it immediately. But like she took a hiatus after like getting married and having a kid, and it's been like, I don't know, 2 years, 3 years, feels like 10. So like I'm pumped for her to come back so I can watch whatever she's in, because it's always good. It's always a good vibe. So yeah, that happened. What else? I've been planning my trip some more. I've been fleshing it out. I'm excited. I'm getting more and more excited. I'm probably gonna book the plane ticket tomorrow and probably some of the Airbnb stuff, and I'm just getting pumped. I'm getting pumped to be out there and just eat good food and just be on planes. I love flying. I know that's weird. I know a lot of people hate flying, and I get it. Like, there was a period of time where like I hadn't flown for 4 or 5 years. Like there was a lull because I flew quite a bit when I was younger, like just across country, across the just taking trips. But then there was like a period of like 5 years where I just didn't fly. And before I flew for that first time again, I was like, man, am I gonna have a panic attack? I was having all these nervousness things that I'd never thought about before. So it's like, I get it, especially if you're like prone to panic attacks. I get why flying could be, and I mean, flying can just be scary in general. Like, you're going up in a machine across the air. Like, that's a wild concept in itself. And you're so high up in the air, like, that's insane. If you boil it down, maybe I am afraid of flying. No. But there's just so much fun. Like, for me, it's fun to be in a plane. Like, I just enjoy waking up one place and then being in another place entirely in like half a day. Like, that's so cool. And it's like, I don't know, especially on the bigger planes, it feels nice. It feels like you're on a train. You know, it doesn't really, you kind of forget that you're in the sky because everything's so pressurized, or like, you know, the cabin's pressurized, so you don't really feel the difference. Like, you just like, you could be anywhere. Like, if you didn't look out the window, you could just be sitting on a train or sitting in a car, like a big giant car. So yeah, I'm excited to fly again. I remember I've always been hoping for. So my first overnight flight was from Charlotte to London. And I remember on that flight, I had the entire road to myself, which is like, because it was like a red eye. So like no one was flying to London that night. So it was like a really, really empty plane, like pretty empty. Like, I'm talking maybe 50% capacity, which is like rare, at least from what I've seen. So I remember it was one of those, you know, when you're buckling up your seat, and this could apply to a train, a bus, plane, whatever, but like you're buckling up your seat and like no one's next to you yet. And you're like, okay, but you don't want to get your hopes up because 9 times out of 10, like someone ends up coming next to you, right? But I remember like buckling up and like looking to my right, and there was 2 seats empty because I got the window seat, and I was like, okay. And then as more and more people filed in, but like weren't taking their seat next to me, I was like, okay. And then when I saw everyone, like no one else coming on the plane, you know what usually happens? Like no one comes on the plane for like a minute or two after everyone's seated, and then like the last person who comes in inevitably like takes a spot next to you, right? So I was waiting for that little straggler to come on. I'm like, these 2 seats next to me, I'm waiting. But that straggler never came, boy. And I just remember sitting there, and the flight attendants are like doing their thing, and like, you know, and that's when you know you're golden. Like, no, they're not gonna open up that door again. Once you start pushing off, you're good. So I just was sitting there like, I got this entire like 7-hour, 8-hour flight with a row to myself. And it was the only time I've ever been able to sleep on a plane. And it was so nice. Something about an overnight flight, and you have all the air conditioner vents pointed at you, and you got a blanket and a pillow. Actually, you got 3 blankets and 3 pillows, and you just like, you put the armrests up, so you're just like laying there, like almost fully reclined. That should be, I'm assuming that's how first class travels, like, because that's how all flights, all buses should be. You should have your row to yourself. You should always have a row to yourself. Because that changes the game. That changes things when you're talking, like, travel. Because I can never sleep like this. Like, that's so uncomfortable. Who sleep, even like that? I can't, if my like hips are more than like you know, what's this? What's far laying back? That's 180 degrees, right? If I'm more than like a 170 degrees angle, I can't sleep. So what's this? Like, this is like a 125. That's a 90. That's a 45. All those angles, 0 to 170. I can't sleep. It's just a problem. And that applies to buses, trains, cars. I can't sleep in cars. Like, unless you got a back seat and it's like long enough for me to stretch out, I can't. And I hate it. I'm so envious, like, of people who can. I remember I was dating someone, and she, like, we would go on like road trips, And I remember like she could fall asleep like that in a car, and I was so envious of that. Cause like she'd be out before, like once you're leaving the wherever you're like the city or the town, you stop, you get gas, you get snacks, right? So after that, you get on the highway or the interstate. She'd be asleep within 20 minutes, and I'd be like, I am so envious of that, cause I can't. Even when you recline your seat all the way down, like the front seats reclined all the way, that's still more than 170 degrees or less. It's like still I cannot do it. And I wish I could, because that would come in handy so many times. There have been so many situations where I've just been exhausted because I could not sleep due to the mode of transportation. So that's probably the only thing I would ever splurge on if I ever like won the lottery or hit it big. Like the only thing I would ever splurge on is like if I'm taking a plane somewhere, I would for sure get those little pods where you can sleep, where you can lay down. Like, absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, I'm excited to be. There's something so nice about being at the airport. Like I love being at the airport. I love checking in. I don't, security always sucks, but like once you get past security, then you're just like, you just chilling. You know, time isn't real. Responsibilities aren't real. Your boss can't touch you there. Like, you're safe. You just sit there and you just wait for your gate to open up. And it's like you just get to watch people watch. It's like prime people watching, and you get to have like overpriced, decent meals. There it is. Taylor Swift is like airport restaurants. It's like it's not bad, but it's way overpriced. You know. So yeah. Dang. I didn't mean to T Swift's catching strays. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but like, eh, I'm. I don't know. Do I blend in? Looks like I blend in with the chair. So I'm just a floating head. Um. So yeah, it's I'm really super duper excited. I'm actually excited because it's about time to get back into the garden. It's starting to warm up here, so it's like I can finally start planting outside, which is a big source of like happiness for me. Just being in the garden, being in the dirt, playing in the dirt, planting things, watching them grow, watering them, tending to them. Like there's such a like a therapy and like a meditative like aspect to that I love. And also fresh veggies from your garden. Come on. Uh, that, and I'm excited to like actually kind of go back to work and kind of like resume my life. So after this trip, I'm gonna come back and probably get something full time for the rest of the year at least. And so I'm excited. I'm excited to get back into the swing of things because I'm not good at just chilling. Like I love to chill. Don't get me wrong, but like I also love to do things and love to be productive and love to like challenge myself. And it's like every job I take specifically to learn a new skill or to challenge myself in a way or two. So it like for me, working isn't just like making a paycheck. So it's not like mindless for me. It's like I seek out opportunities that like encourage me to grow. So like that's also lost during this time is like an avenue for growth. So I'm excited like once I get back to really push into that and find something that intrigues me. Um and and yeah, that'll be fun to at least test out and see, even though I won't be here for I can't I mean realistically I'm thinking maybe till next fall. Like that's my goal. One more winter, and I'll have to at least travel one or two more times after this trip. Like at least, I have to take a winter trip where I can escape the winter, and maybe I'll take a spring trip next year. I would love to take a winter trip to like South America, like Chile or Argentina. That'd be fun. And then I would do like a spring summer trip. Where would be a fun spring summer trip? Maybe Africa. Maybe like Kenya or Morocco or somewhere like that. Because it's like after this Asia trip, that's Asia, that's Europe, that's North America. So I want to hit up South America next year. And then it's just Africa, because nobody cares about Australia. Y'all can keep that. Y'all can keep Australia to yourselves. Like whatever's going whatever's going down over there, like y'all can have it. We don't want it. We don't want it. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe that spring summer trip will be. I've always wanted to see Morocco. Morocco would be so much fun. But then also parts of the Middle East I would love to see. Obviously, there's a lot going on right now, but I've heard some of the most beautiful people, beautiful parts of the beautiful country. Like just, I would love to. And I'm also kind of curious about Sweden and Norway. Not enough to visit, but I'm starting to be okay, maybe I saw some really cool, pictures of dark earth, just charcoal colored land with roads going through and mountains, and it's just whoa. Secret Life of Walter Mitty, pretty much, where it's I don't remember where that was, he went in that, but like that, where it's I don't see that on my daily. I would love to kind of see something crazy like that, where it's just the landscape itself is more beautiful than I could even imagine. I want to go somewhere that awes me. I don't remember the last time I felt awe. Probably Hawaii. When I was in Hawaii, I remember being at the beach on the North Shore, and the sun was setting, and everything was warm, and the sunset was incredible, and it was everything was so tropical. That felt more beautiful than I had seen. I looked up all kinds of pictures and screensavers and that kind of thing, and that was the first place, and it was well, not the first place, but one of the places where it was oh wow, this is more beautiful than I had anticipated. So yeah, I like that awe factor. It kind of forces you to readjust and check yourself and be okay, let me put my phone down, let me kind of just embrace this. That's kind of why I want to go to. I want to go to the national parks, or more of them. I've been to a few, but I really want to go to Banff and Glacier National and Yellowstone and Yosemite, those places. I want to go. I haven't been out that way. But I'm always just in awe when I am. Another time was when I went up to the Klingman's Dome down in Tennessee, in the Rocky Mountains. No, sorry, the Blue Hill Mountains, Blue Ridge Parkway Mountains, Blue Ridge Mountains. I think that's right. I don't know, but you climb up. That's when I saw the bear. I saw a bear out there, but essentially you climb up this windy path that leads up to this top overlook area, and you're overlooking, and you can see what feels like miles. I mean, you're seeing all the mountains and the hills, and everything is blue, and there's in the distance, it's just like faded blue colors, and it looks kind of like the sky, but it's really just more mountains, and you're just like, whoa, 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 whoa. And it's kind of windy because you're up so high, and it's just like that's another where it's like, whoa, this is literally awesome. So yeah, I want a few more of those moments during my travels. Um, it's tough. I don't feel that kind of same thing in cities. Cities are just more cool than anything. Like, they don't inspire me with awe. They're just like really cool, and you get to eat a lot of good food. But like something about being in a mountainscape just like fills you with like, whoa, this is wild that exists, and I exist, and we're in the same earth. So yeah, I think that's what I want to do for one of the trips, because I seem to have like a rhythm to my travel. It's like one trip, I'll do a big city, like, something pretty sizable, like a London or New York or Chicago. Then the next trip, I'll do like maybe a smaller area, a smaller town, like Florence or, Wilmington, something like that. And then I'll always do like a beach trip where I'll like make a point to just spend a vacation on the beach. And that's kind of like my cycle. But I want to include like some awe-inspiring moments in that. So if you guys have any tips for like any places that are like just awe-inspiring, let me know. Like, I know some places in Canada, like Jasper National Park, I want to go, because that looks crazy. I want to visit the Rocky Mountains. I've only seen them one time, and that was when I was in Utah, and it was crazy cool. I think that's the Rockies. I don't know. How big are they? Pretty big. So yeah, traveling, I'm excited for. I'm excited it's going to be warm enough to be outside. It's still too chilly, and it's like 60, 65 degrees. It's still too cold for me. So it's like I'm excited for that to like finally go away. I feel like it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun May. I think it's gonna be fun because I'll be overseas. June will be fun because then I'll start settling back into the, life and things, and the summertime kind of mood. And so yeah, hopefully along the way we'll play more video games. We'll do more chatting. We'll do more, of this, because this has been fun. If anything, it's an outlet for me to talk bad about Taylor Swift. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. But yeah, hopefully you're out there having fun. Hopefully you're having a good day. Hopefully, hopefully any of this makes you laugh or brings you comfort. What we don't talk enough about these days? Toads. We don't talk nearly enough about toads. And we'll leave it at that. We still won't. No, toads are wild. Toads and frogs are like crocodiles and alligators, where it's like, just be the same thing. Just call them the same. Yeah, technically they're different. I don't know how genetics work. I don't know how subspecies work. I don't know any of that. But if they look kind of alike, they's the same. Just be the same. Don't make it all confusing, Like if it's a frog and I call it a toad, don't correct me. No. If you can tell the difference between a frog and a toad, first of all, you're lying. Second of all, you're an a-hole. Just let it be what I think it is. Like a crocodile and an alligator. If you know the difference, you're lying. Well, one has eyes on top and then one has teeth that are rounded. It is what it is. It is what I think it is already. It's an alligator. Even if it's not. Just let it be. Let it be. You know that Beatles song? Blackbird singing in the dead of night? It's just like that. It's like, it could be a bluebird. It could be a blackbird. It is what it is. Just let it be. Remember that book, Frog and Toad? Like the Adventures of Frog and Toad? That was cute though. I'm not gonna lie. I want to go back and reread them and see if like what the characters are like and if there's like actual characteristics of frogs and toads in that. If they like took on the persona of the animals they were. Or if they were just, it was just cute because they were frog and toad and I don't know. But we don't talk about toads enough. And that's sad. We also don't talk about quicksand enough. At least in adult times. Like when you're a kid, you hear about quicksand a lot for some reason. Like quicksand I literally thought was going to be like one of the biggest issues in my life. Like I thought quicksand was like, okay, in middle school for some reason, you get taught that like at least in America, you get taught that quicksand is like always out there. You know, like the potential of quicksand in any environment is going to be like pretty high. Like you'll just be at the beach one day and like the sand that you're stepping on is no longer, you know, regular sand. It's quicksand. Like for some reason, it's just like the Usain Bolt of sands all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, right? You don't know any context. You don't know what it takes to form quicksand. You don't know hydrodynamics. You don't know any of that stuff. You just like, man, some sand is bad sand. Right? So it's like, then there's fear because you don't have like the foundation of like, okay, what environments are quicksands located? Like, you know, where would they most likely be around? You know, what kind of ecosystem does that entail for quicksands, right? You don't have that foundation. You don't know ecosystems as a middle schooler. So you're just like, whoa, pause. I thought all sand was the same. You know, you're telling me like there's a reason why I started getting afraid of like playing in sandboxes or like playgrounds like for a good chunk of my life. Like at least till I was like 16 or 17 where I was like I didn't know what an environment was. So I was just like all of a sudden this sand could be bad sand. This sand could be like trying to get me. I never know. You never know. It's like they leave that part out. They leave that part out where it's like, no. You're only going to find quicksand in certain areas. And even then, you can't die from getting caught in quicksand because the density of your body science doesn't allow it to happen. So even on the rare chance that you encounter quicksand, you're not going to die. You know, the density, it doesn't work out like that. But yeah, that was a legitimate fear for me growing up, was quicksand. I for real thought like one time after maybe like, you know, after I went to 5th grade, like maybe I'd go be on the playground or something and I would like get off the monkey bars and I would land in a spot and that spot would for some reason that day be quicksand. And I would sink and I would disappear and like nobody would ever hear from me again. Like, I legitimately thought that was going to happen. And it's like, I talked to some friends, and like, apparently that's not too far off of what like they thought. Like, I really thought quicksand was going to be a bigger issue in my life, but like, I have yet to run into quicksand in my life. And I'm 33. So it's like, are we focusing on the wrong things in schools? Absolutely. Absolutely. You want to say something, puppy? He doesn't want to say anything. He's shy today. But yeah, quicksand. Quicksand and toads. Really, I thought I was going to encounter both of those things much more than I have. But no dice. No dice. You know what I'm exactly the amount of encountered I am with? Mummies. Mummies I had the exact right appropriate schooling about. Because we spent maybe 1 week total in my entirety of schooling learning about mummies. Like in Egyptian like history and hieroglyphics and that kind of stuff. And that is the exact appropriate amount. Because I have only run into one mummy, and that was in a museum one time. I think it was in England. Because, of course, they don't learn. But that was the exact, exact amount of time we should spend on that. Exact amount of fear level that was instilled to me. Which was 10% fear. 90% if you're in their environment. If you're in a mummy's like natural environment, i.e., like a tomb or like a crypt, then it's like, okay, then that fear level escalates exponentially. Like that, then you need to have at least 99% fear. But like if you're just in a museum or just at a Ruby Tuesdays and you see a mummy, it's like you don't need to be that afraid. So I feel like that was the exact appropriate amount of schooling. Like we talk about mummies the exact amount of time. Exact right amount for what reality is. And that's really good on us. Remember The Mummy with Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz? Rachel Weisz in The Mummy, to this day, is the reason I like librarians. If you have not seen Rachel Weisz in The Mummy, first of all, I am sorry for your loss. Second of all, wow. She is something else. I can't explain it. You just see it, and then you're like, whoa, okay, I get it. But that movie is really funny. That movie's really good. That's a staple in my life, honestly. Like that one, if it ever comes on TV, I always watch it. As a matter of fact, I put it on at least a few times a year because it's such a nice like action. It's like not too much action, but there's a good bit of action in it. Because I'm not a big action fan, but that one has like the right amount, like action and humor. Oh, there's a ladybug on me. It kind of scared me. But yeah, I really, really love The Mummy. That's such a good one. I saw The Mummy 2, I think, one time. Maybe even The Mummy 3. But the first one, the first classic Mummy, ain't nothing better. Ain't nothing better. If we're talking top 10 movies from the 90s, early 2000s, like The Mummy's got to be pretty high on that list. I don't know if it's making the top 10 for me personally, but it's like it's in the conversation. It's in the conversation. We'll do a tier list. We'll do a 90s action movie tier list. If we're getting that specific with it, The Mummy might be in there. If we're just purely going on action. But if we're throwing all the movies in, like, Meg Ryan rom-coms, 90s sci-fi, Men in Black, that kind of stuff, then The Mummy's probably gonna get bumped, if I'm being honest. And like, if you throw in even like in like anything Omar Epps or Taye Diggs was in, the Mummy's getting bumped for sure, 1000%. Because I don't know when Love and Basketball came out, but Love and Basketball and The Wood are two of my favorite movies of all time. So The Mummy would get bumped easily. And You Got Mail will be up there. Sleepless in Seattle will be up there. Men in Black would be up there. Enemy of the State would be up there. There's just so many good 90s films that like, and I'm not even thinking of them all. I'm not even thinking like 1% of the ones I love. So yeah. But yeah, we talk about mummies the exact right amount of time. Like the exact amount of precaution is given to mummies in American grade schools. Quicksands, not so much. Too much time. Too much time spent on quicksands. Too much time spent on toads. Too much time spent on like Roman history. Not enough time spent on like Turkish Empire or like the Ottoman Empire. Not enough time spent on that. Too much time spent on Spanish rule. Not enough time on like French or even like Japanese colonization. But yeah. I was gonna play Alan Wake today, honestly, but I just was not in the mood to game today. Maybe we'll do that on Wednesday. We'll probably end up doing that Wednesday. We'll do Wednesday Alan Wake. We'll do tomorrow will be Topic Tuesday, where we just talk about whatever we feel like it. Which have been pretty fun. So yeah, we'll do Topic Tuesday tomorrow. We'll do Alan Wake on Wednesday, like a Wake Wednesday situation. We'll do K-Drama Thursday, obviously. And then maybe some more Alan Wake on Friday. But we'll see. We'll see what we're feeling. Because I feel like that'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, if anybody's got any tips on Japan or Korea, let your boy know, because I am super I'm just going into this trip with just like bare bones, I don't want to plan too much. I want to leave a lot of it open-ended where I can just explore and figure out on my own. But there's also some spots that like I wouldn't know to even check out. So if you have any of those, let me know. I love good food and I love museums. And that's pretty much all. That's it. I'm not big into like shopping. Maybe I pick up a t-shirt or a hoodie, maybe a jacket wherever I'm at. But like, I'm not a big, I don't go to like department stores and things like that. That doesn't interest me. I'm not into like churches or like religious stuff. That doesn't interest me. Like temples and things. I might like go just to see one, like the beauty of it, but like probably just one. And that's only if I'm like nearby one. Like if I'm temple adjacent during this trip, I'll stop by and see. But yeah. And I'm not even into like historical, really. Like historical stuff, not really for me. Apart from art, it just doesn't It's not important to me, but I'm all about the people. So it's good people, good food, good music, good art. And it sucks. I think I'm not going to be able to see Japanese breakfast in Korea because I think I'll be leaving before that happens. Because that's at the end of June where they're playing a concert in Korea. And I was like, I would love to see them there. Oh my goodness, that'd be so cool. That'd be so cool. You know, that'd be so much fun to see them play live. Like if they played Jubilee live or Posing for Cars live and I was there in the crowd in Seoul, that would be like a next level. That would be like an out of body experience for me. That would be like one of those moments I would not forget. You know? It's like the moment I realized I could block Taylor Swift like tags on posts. And I was like, you can just not see it? And that changed my life. But I'm going to feed my puppy real quick. Give me about 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back. All right. I'll be back. We have a visitor. My little puppy, Nashville. Great story. He's joined the party. He gets jelly belly if I just hang out without him for more than a minute and a half. So here we are. So yeah. But so yeah, I'll probably just yap today. I'm just kind of feeling pretty lazy, feeling pretty cozy. Like I said, I'm rewatching Crash Landing on You. So that's kind of where my mind is at, where I'm in that like cozy kind of mode. Plus, I always like to take it a little easy before I go on a trip, because like trips wear you out. Like going on especially an international trip, like there's just so much to think about, so much to plan. It's just like I like to just relax, because when you come back, you can't really relax. Like you come back and you're back to work, you're back to like the flow of things. So like, if anything, I try to relax beforehand, just so I'm in a good mental space to like travel and to fly and to meet new people and experience new things, and so I'm excited for that. I'm kind of just taking it easy. So this will probably be a chill week, honestly, because I'm putting a lot of focus into like planning this trip. So it'll be like this week will probably be a little bit lighter, probably shorter streams, just because like all my brain power is going into that, or a good portion of it is. But then hopefully after that's all squared away and all done, then it's like we can do some more, longer streams where we can kind of shoot the breeze some more. Once I'm kind of more focused. Once the bad taste of that Taylor Swift album is out of my mouth. But so yeah. Also, I gotta stay off social media. I gotta. Social media is not that good for you, if I'm being honest. And I know that's not like a crazy thing, but it's just every time I'm on there, I either see something and I'm like, dang it, I wish I wouldn't have seen that, or I don't know. Makes you compare yourself. It makes you like fish for likes or comments or things like that, or like. And I have realized like I use social media a lot more if I'm single. When I'm like with somebody, it's like, so maybe it's like an attention seeking thing where it's like I want to feel connected to people. So like I'll up it more when I'm like single or like not romantically involved with somebody, because I want people to like connect and like, talk with. And then like all that energy gets poured into whoever I'm dating. If I'm dating someone, so then like I'm rarely on social media. But I don't know which one's healthier, honestly. Yeah, it's just something I've noticed, and it's like, I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. That's how I react. But like, there's no middle ground either. It's just like once I start dating someone, I'm ghost on social media. Like I'll go ghost. But it mainly is because like a lot of things I share on social media are like funny memes or like funny sayings or like selfies, and then like when I'm dating someone, all that stuff goes to them. Like, which I feel like is okay. I just don't have a middle ground of like, still posting while I'm dating someone. So if you ever like see me going ghost on Insta or Facebook or TikTok, you'll know why. You'll know I'm dating someone. Maybe Rachel Weisz. No, I think she's dating Daniel Craig, or they're married, or something like that. Something unfortunate. But no, I found a few games that I think we're gonna play after we finish Alan Wake. There's one I can't remember what it's called, but there's one that's like I have never seen before, and then I saw a clip of it, and it looks really, really interesting, really fun. It's like real low key. It's like I'm excited. I'm excited to get it and to play it and to see what you guys think because like I said, it came out a while back I think, and it just looks so unique. Like the style of it and that gameplay just looks so like it's not that involved. It's more like Little Nightmares I think. That kind of speed where it's like it's nothing crazy. It's not like Warzone or something like that or Fallout. It's like 2D or like barely 3D. And but it looks really fun. It looks really cool. And the colors look crazy, like the color scheme. It just looks like a cozy, good one to play, like an adventure. So we're gonna do that. I also want to play. Oh no, I don't know why my brain just goes to mush sometimes. But there's a game that Japanese Breakfast actually did the soundtrack for, and it's kind of like cool style. It kind of like reminds me almost of like kind of like what's that spy game with a raccoon in it? You guys remember that one? There's like a spy game and like the main dude's a raccoon. And it's like I never got into that one because I got into Ratchet and Clank instead, and you had to kind of choose what your side was. And I was much more Ratchet and Clank goated, but it was like Sly. It's like Sly the Raccoon or Sly Bandicoot, something like that. Um, but yeah, I was more of a Ratchet and Clank fan, so I chose that. But like, it reminds me of Sly, like. So we're gonna play that one. I also do want to play some retro games too, somehow. Like I want to play maybe some of the Mario games, or maybe some of the like Sonic games, like. Somehow. I want to play Mega Man. I want to play some Mega Man. That would be so much fun. Mega Man was my favorite game growing up. Like I loved Mega Man. There was something about like, even as a kid, I love evolving or like customization of your weapons. Like choosing a path and like your weapons and your armor and all that like get geared for that. Like there is something so ingrained in my being. That's why I like Sword Art Online so much. That's why I like Shield Hero so much. It's like, if you haven't seen those animes, they're like that, where it's like video game esque, where you start out basic equipment, but then every choice you make, every like, you know, path you take leads you to different bosses, leads you to different equipment upgrades. You kind of build out your arsenal in like a specific way to you based on your what you choose. So like same thing is like when you choose your classes in any MMO or like anything like that, where it's like you could be archer, you could be, you know, a mage, you could be a brute, you could be the human. It's like, why would you choose the human? Come on, that's not fun. Stop. It's not GTA. You could do all the, you know, you could be the centaur based on what you like. You could be the sleuth. So yeah, I loved Mega Man because you could choose your upgrades and you could like have different weapons based on what you liked, and like you could be different colors. Like that's so cool. That's so cool. So yeah, Mega Man. I want to play Mega Man. I want to try some of like the old school computer games, maybe. But I honestly, do you remember those Cartoon Network games on? There used to be CartoonNetwork.com where there was like a few games, well, a bunch of games actually. They'd have like a Billy and Mandy game. They'd have like Ed and Eddie games, Powerpuff Girl games. Johnny Bravo games. That's kind of like the era that I'm talking about. Like, they had some of those cartoon games that were like, those are staples in my childhood. Courage the Cowardly Dog games. You know, that even like little later on was like Kids Next Door games. Those were a staple of my like late elementary to early high school. Like, that was like essentially middle school was like Kids Next Door games, and they were everything. Like, I remember loading up the internet and like going on CartoonNetwork.com, and like it would take forever for like a lot of those games to load, but once you got them to load, I know what me and my brother are doing for the next few hours. Like, there was just nothing better than like summertime, no more school. Like, you're out of school for the summertime. You're a kid, so you got no job, you got no responsibilities. You're just with you and your family. Everything feels safe, and you just go online and you just play Cartoon Network games like before bed. Like, you just spend the evening playing those like random like point and click games. And those, I want to play some of those again because those were some of the most fun games. They were the most like core pieces of my development as a kid, like gaming wise. Like, I want to play those so bad. Anybody remember those Cartoon Network games? Like, those were something else. I loved those things. Did you have a favorite? I think my favorite was the Billy and Mandy one. I remember playing that one an awful lot. I don't even remember what the game exactly entailed, but like I remember I loved it. There was one, I think it was going to be an Ed, Edd n Eddy like snowball fight. There's one with snowballs, I think. I'm pretty sure it was Ed, Edd n Eddy, and that was fun too. But like, they would update those maybe, a few times a month, and you just have a new game to play, and it's just like, those are the best. Oh my goodness. Some of those summers spent like that, nothing better. Nothing better. Yeah. What was your all-time favorite Cartoon Network game? Or Cartoon Network show? What was your all-time favorite Cartoon Network? I'm going to come out with a poll so that we can kind of vote on it. It's between the same era shows. So I'm talking Ed, Edd n Eddy, Powerpuff Girls, Billy and Mandy, Courage the Cowardly Dog, Johnny Bravo, Cow and Chicken. The Cow and Chicken, that's a deep cut. There are very few people that talk about Cow and Chicken these days, and that's sad to me. Like Toads. Those two things need to be talked about more. Cow and Chicken. Although Cow and Chicken kind of felt weird, honestly. Like, the voice acting like made me feel real weird. Their voices. But it was entertaining, for sure. It was entertaining. And I rewatched it like a few years back. Weird. Real weird. Not Courage the Cowardly Dog weird, but like weird in like just like a chaotic kind of way. Where it's like a lot of these situations don't need to be happening. But like, okay. They're eating pork butts. Like, literally butts. Like pig butts. Like, they don't even cut them up. They just look like literal butts made of pork. Why? That was a different time. What a time to be alive. So yeah, that's like the era of Cartoon Network I'm talking about is ouch puppy. Is that Billy and Mandy era pretty much. Hey puppy. What's up? And were you more of a Cartoon Network fan? Were you a Disney fan, or were you a Nickelodeon fan? Like that really, or like were you a like a just a regular TV fan? Because I know there was like you could pretty much have your factions, right? It's like either you didn't have cable, or if you did have cable, you were like really big um, into like groups. So Nickelodeon, you would love. You know, I had a friend of mine, Alec, who I always just associate with Nickelodeon. Maybe he didn't, but it was just always on in his house. So like it was like Cat Dog, Rugrats, not Jimmy Eat World, Jimmy Neutron, yeah, but also Hey Arnold. Like that was the kind of like, I feel like there's another big one in there too. Doug was a big one, and then yeah, but Hey Arnold and Rugrats are like the two that like I actually really miss these days. But those like Nickelodeon was like that kind of thing, right? And then Disney was like, what was Disney's cartoons? I guess Kim Possible, maybe Recess. We throwing Recess in there. I know there were a few more in Disney, but I don't remember Disney's honestly. So maybe we won't really count Disney. It's Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, and then like on regular TV it was like Jackie Chan Adventures and Umogogwe Fa Isao, Shaolin Showdown, Kodioko, which only my brother watched Kodioko. Ain't nobody else watched that. Oh, American Dragon, Jake Long. Isn't that Disney? That's Disney, yeah. So that's 3 for Disney. So we got enough. I know there's a few more for Disney. I just cannot think. I was never that shows. I was not really a Disney. For me, it was either Cartoon Network, regular channels, or Nickelodeon in that order. But like Cartoon Network was goated for me. Like that was like, first of all, Powerpuff Girls is like one of my favorite shows. Like, and I know that's odd because A, I don't like Taylor Swift, and B, like looking like my arms are a little too big to be like a Powerpuff Girl fan. My shoulders are a little too broad, if you know, like, you know, it's just like, but I love Powerpuff Girls. It was so funny, and it was so like, it was like action, and the sound effects, all the like, and the dude who ate paste, like all of that together, he became a paste monster. Like a cerebellum, which is probably why I got a thing for long legs these days. The mayor, the Gangrene Gang, Rowdy Rough Boys, Bunny, which might be like real problematic today, but I don't know. I haven't rewatched that one. But like, Shigo, yeah, like that was like my favorite show. And then you like follow that with Courage the Cowardly Dog, which was like right up there with probably number 2 for me. Courage was creepy and weird, but it was just like in the town of Nowheresville or whatever it was, like one dog and Eustace Banks. Like Courage just wandering around with Eustace and Muriel, and he was just it was a cowardly dog, and his name was Courage. That's so funny. But he would just get into the weird, like, return the slab. Just getting into like the creepiest hijinks with the coolest, like, weirdest characters. Like, and plus, like, that house, you know, that house in the middle of nowhere he lives in, like, that's exactly where I live now. Like, just picture that, but like me there. So it's like I resonated with that. Like that house could be in anywhere in Iowa, honestly. Even in the middle of the city, like that could be Iowa. But oh no. There's a ladybug on the inside of my cup. But if I knock it out, it might fall into my, I don't know if you can see. But there's a ladybug right there. And it's like if I try to get him out of there, it might fall into my cup. So that's a waiting game. That's gonna be a waiting game situation. But yeah, Courage the Cowardly Dog was probably my second favorite. And then you got Johnny Bravo probably pulling in third for me. Johnny Bravo was a whole vibe. That was like, the art style was so funny. And Susie, the little neighbor, Susie was like essentially the same as Dee Dee from Dexter's Lab. Dexter's Lab. That run in the late 90s, early 2000s cartoons, like in Cartoon Network, was unmatched. Because Johnny Bravo was a whole mood. Dexter's Laboratory, which is probably like falls down on my list, maybe top 10. Like with Dee Dee and Mandark. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha ha. Like, and then the mom was a fox. And then like the dad who was just like classic dad mode. Omelette du fromage. And then Ed, Edd n Eddy probably is like tied with Johnny Bravo for me. Like Ed, Edd n Eddy, like to this day, like that's the first one I probably end up going back to watch over Powerpuff Girls, over Courage. Well, no, Courage would probably first, but like Ed and Eddy, like with Double D and Ed Boy and Plank and Johnny and all of them. I remember one time, it was the weirdest thing. I was in Illinois working, and on one of my off days, I went to like a Guitar Center. I went to a Guitar Center to go buy a guitar, and I remember in the parking lot, I was going up into the entrance, and I like happened to notice like a parked car, and like in the passenger seat was just like a life-size replica of Plank, just sitting in the passenger seat. Like nobody else was in the car, and I was like, when I tell you I could not control my laughter in that situation, it was like one of the funniest things I'd ever seen in my life. Like, I'm just like, okay, keep in mind, I'm like 10 years removed from seeing anything Ed and Eddy related, right? This is after college. This is like, in no normal setting anymore am I going to be able to like see anything Ed and Eddy related. Not my day to day, right? So to just see Plank sitting in a passenger seat of like a Toyota Camry was like Christmas. It was like I was put on this earth for this exact moment right here, is to see this, and I was just dying, and I couldn't. And I took a picture, and if I can find it, I'll post it. But like, it was the funniest thing to just see Plank, and it had the exact same eyes. Like one eye was bigger than the other. It's like you unmistakable. It wasn't like it was just a piece of wood like that had just found its way into this car, right? It wasn't like somebody needed construction supplies or something. No, it's like this was legitimately Plank, the character from Ed, Edd n Eddy, like right there. And I died. And I was like, honestly, whoever that is, if you ever see this, you're a real one, because you provided so much joy in that moment, and I'm sure you provided so much joy for so many other people. But keep doing what you're doing, because that was inspired. But Ed, Edd n Eddy, like there are only a few opening theme songs that'll get me like real nostalgic. Like I'll get real nostalgic about a lot of them, but like ones that like put me back in that time and place. The Rugrats theme song is one of them, and even though I don't listen to it all that, like I never watched it all that much. Like the Rugrats theme song, for some reason, like that, iconic. It puts you in a like different space. But that one and Ed, Edd n Eddy, for some reason, have been the two that like when I hear those, like on one of those compilation like videos, those are the ones that like, man, that takes me back. Ed boy. Then you got, what's it called? What's that one? Billy and Mandy. Like, Billy and Mandy was low key hilarious. Like, some of those jokes, like, still funny to this day. Like, in just the sarcastic nature and just like the delivery of a lot of that, hilarious to this day. But a lot of it I was a little too young to appreciate. At the time I was still like in middle school, I think, when it was really heavy. And it was like still just a little bit over my head, but like I remember really, really liking that one. And yeah, I know there's several that I'm missing from that era, but those were like my jam. Like, I didn't even have time to like get interested in like, you know, Nickelodeon or Disney. Like, those, that if you got that much heat on a regular basis, it's like you're not gonna like spend your time searching for anything else, right? Got the lady. I had the ladybug. I don't know where it went. But yeah, like, it was like I didn't need to go out searching for any more cartoons because I was already satisfied, more than satisfied. It's like, if you got Powerpuff Girls, you got Ed and Eddie, you got Dexter's Lab, you got Courage, you got Billy and Mandy, you got Johnny Bravo, all consistently. You don't need. Then you got Cow and Chicken, which is like a wild card. You know, you don't need much else to like satisfy you as a kid. Then you're still playing those games while you're. It's just, that's a different time, man. I hope kids get like even an ounce of that now. Like, I know there's like an equivalent, like whatever they're watching, you know, is like the same thing as like what we're watching. I hope they have something where they can just hold on to, where it's just like banger after banger after banger after banger. You know, some days I do wonder what I'd be like if I like was a Nickelodeon kid. Like, some days that does, I think about that. Not like a not like a Dan Schneider Nickelodeon kid. Like, not like an actor there, but like if I was like into like the Nickelodeon cartoons more than the Cartoon Network ones. Like, if I was a Rugrats fan more than like an Ed, Edd and Eddy fan. I wonder what I'd be doing these days. I'd probably be like, I don't know. I'd probably be a T Swift fan, honestly. I'd probably be a teacher or like something wholesome. You know, I'd probably drive like a Buick. Like a Buick Regal or something. Something like safe and like sensible. I probably wear a lot of like khakis, honestly. Probably wouldn't have as many tattoos. I might have a few, but like I definitely wouldn't have a hand tattoo. Like, for some reason, like the Nickelodeon kids were like more wholesome than like the Cartoon Network kids. It was that kind of like energy. It was like Disney Channel was like the most wholesome. Then like Nickelodeon was like below that, and then like Cartoon Network is like Wild Wild West. It's like, ain't no way you watching Courage the Cowardly Dog and like not having a few screws loose. Right. So it's like, sometimes I'm curious, like, where would I be if I was a Nickelodeon kid? And if you just clip that, that's a wild phrase in today's climate. But I mean, like, where would I be if I was like into the Doug and Rugrats and Hey Arnold? Because even those, like, I only watched really when I was at friends' houses. Like I said, one of my friends was really into like Hey Arnold, and so I'd watch it only when I was like around him. But like in my own abode, like I wasn't actively seeking that out. It just wasn't. It didn't come natural to me. You know what did come natural to me? Dexter's Lab. That came as easy as breathing. You know, Powerpuff Girls, watching them save Townsville. Cerebellum. Whoa. Whoa. Cerebellum and Wizard Kelly should date, if I'm being honest. Remember Wizard Kelly from Proud Family? That's another one on Disney, Proud Family. Although I love Proud Family, honestly. But yeah, Wizard Kelly and Cerebellum would have the leggiest, no face having babies of all time. Like they have the same energy. Was Wizard Kelly Michael Jordan or was it Chris Webber? Like for some reason in my mind, it was one of those two people. And maybe it was a completely different person. But in my mind, Wizard Kelly was either Michael Jordan or Chris Webber. I don't know why Chris Webber popped in. I don't know why that was stuck. But it forever was that. But yeah. And then there's the Disney kids. Like I said, Disney was my third. Well, Disney was probably tied for second. Because I loved Jackie Chan Adventures and I loved Shaolin Showdown. And I loved like Digimon and Pokemon. And those were all like regular TV channels. Like they were just like weekend Fox channels. And like that was a whole beautiful thing in itself. Where like you have the weekends and like Saturday specifically you wake up Jackie Chan Adventures. You know. Then you got Shaolin Showdown. Then you got Digimon. Then you got Pokemon. And it's like you're good for like 2 hours at least. And that's even before before that you got like Spider-Man Adventures and X-Men and like all those like. But like that was a little before. That was like right. All the like X-Men and Spider-Man stuff was like just at the right when I was getting a little old enough to understand. So like that kind of phased out. So I was like, my peak was like when Static Shock came through. Like Static Shock, Brace Face, like that was Adventures of Jackie Chan. Like those were kind of right in my wheelhouse. And that was a good time. Like I said, Digimon, Pokemon, those all came out. And that was like a lovely time to be alive as a kid. Because your weekends are covered, you know. And then for any fillers, I would just go Kim Possible, Proud Family. No. And this is just cartoons. Because we're not even talking about like Lizzie McGuire or That's So Raven or that's a whole different thing. We won't get into that yet. But yeah, I'm curious. Like, were you? Which one were you? Were you a regular TV kind of kid? Were you a Cartoon Network kind of kid? Nickelodeon kid? Disney kid? And like, even if you didn't have that growing up, what would you be now? Like, is it the same? Like, are you which one would you be now? Me, I can confidently say that I'm a Cartoon Network kid through and through. Even as a grown man. Like, because I'm just thinking about Samurai Jack. Like, even though I didn't really like Samurai Jack when I was watching it, like, I just like it now. I like, it was a necessary part of the lineups. You know. It, like, gave you something to appreciate the fact that Johnny Bravo was on because it was going to end soon. And then Samurai Jack would have to come on. You know, it was one of those. Like, what would you be to this day? And Cartoon Network for me, still. But man, that was such a good time because I'm thinking even like, I'm talking, this is probably, I want to say maybe 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. at least me. So I would have been like 8, 9, 10. Prime development. And I really don't know if Courage the Cowardly Dog is what you want your kids to be watching while they're developing. Like, during their most crucial moments of like cognitive growth, do you want Courage the Cowardly Dog to be the thing that like is impressed upon them? I don't know. I wondered the same thing about Chowder. Like, Chowder hit when I was in like high school, I think. So like I was already well developed. I was like, this isn't gonna affect me. But like I was just thinking like, same thing. SpongeBob, Chowder, and SpongeBob are like equivalent to me. And it's like, there's an entire generation of kids growing up on SpongeBob. Like, is that good? Is that a good thing? Because I've seen a few episodes of SpongeBob. I never got into it. It was too old by the time I I think it made for a lot of funny kids. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this generation, like the newest generation, like the ones who grew up on SpongeBob, are funnier than my generation. It wouldn't surprise me at all. But it's just really disjointed humor. It's really like, I don't want to say chaotic, but like, if you've seen SpongeBob and you've seen Chowder, like, that's the kind of humor I'm talking about. 25. So yeah, I'm always curious, like, the things that shaped you and how much they impacted you. Forget like violence in video games. Forget violence and like GTA, all that kind of stuff. Forget that. Let's talk about the weirdness that was Courage the Cowardly Dog. And watching that as a preteen and trying to navigate that. Like, I feel like that does more to your psyche as a human being than any violent video game ever has. Like, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I have done zero studies. The only study I did was living it. That was my study. And I turned out decent. So, but that's a lot of different variables. If we could just have one study on how kids are affected by, like, I would love to see twin study of like one kid gets exposed to like SpongeBob. I shouldn't say exposed to Nickelodeon shows at the same time. One kid like watches SpongeBob, one twin, and the other twin goes this whole time period not watching SpongeBob, and like seeing how they're affected in their like 20s. Because I almost guarantee you there's a difference. I can almost guarantee you, like, you can almost tell the kids who grew up on SpongeBob and the kids who didn't. Like, you can almost tell there's something different. Not in a bad way. Just in like not a good way. It's like you can tell the kids who grew up on SpongeBob. But I'd say the same thing about kids who grew up on Chowder. Like, and don't get me wrong, both those shows are hilarious. It's just so chaotic and so almost random in their humor and their delivery. I don't know. But like, since I don't have a kid, I am so out of touch with like what is poppin'. And I know I just said what is poppin'. Like, that should tell you even further how out of touch I am with the youth. Like, it still hurts when I just say giving. Like, it's giving this. Like, that hurts for me to say. But I did always say that, like, I was going to be one of those parents that, like, I was going to at least know about what they're interested in, right? So, like, I'd be one of those parents who, like, maybe I don't, like, the SpongeBob humor is not for me, but I would at least, like, maybe watch an episode or two with them just to, like, kind of see what it's about and see kind of, you know, try to understand, you know, where their humor is and what that, you know. But then I also I really want to, like, here we go talking about me wanting kids again, but like I really want to like be one of those who, as my kid is growing up, I'll like show him things that I used to love as a kid. Like maybe I'll we'll spend evenings watching Johnny Bravo or Powerpuff Girls or Ed and Eddie, those kind of things, those kind of cartoons. And it's like they don't have to like it, but it's like I don't know. Now I will say this: if they don't like Scooby Doo, they can go on and get up out my house. Like if they don't like Scooby Doo, if my own child doesn't like Scooby Doo, that's a Scooby don't. That kid is no longer invited to my family. Like it's just one of those situations where maybe I love you at the time, but if you don't mess with Scooby Doo, I'll mess with you. That applies to friendships, that applies to relationships, that applies to my kids. Don't think I won't leave you if you don't like Scooby Doo. Because I'll disappear quicker than them ghosts. I'll disappear quicker than Velma's glasses. If you don't like Scooby Doo, that is really telling about who you are as a person. It's like you don't like mysteries. You don't like sandwiches. You don't like a gang of kids solving crimes. You don't like ghouls. You don't like swamps. Like what? I can't help you if you don't like any of those things. You're not a person I want to hang out with. Like you've showed yourself to be just a boring human person if you don't like swamps. What else can I say? It's like literally a Great Dane solving crimes with a pothead. Eating sandwiches. Eating Scooby snacks that... I mean, honestly, I would try... There have been several times where I look at a Scooby snack on TV and I'm like, that looks good. I would try it. I mean, have I tried dog treats in my life? After watching Scooby? Eat Scooby snacks? So, I'm just saying, like, if you don't like Scooby Doo, reevaluate yourself. And like the animation is so cool, and it's just like it's so cozy. Like honestly, I need to watch Scooby Doo more often. Like that's a vow. I'm gonna make a promise to myself. Like, and you guys are gonna hold me to it. But more Scooby Doo in my life. I need to have more background music. Scooby Doo. Like it needs to be in the background of more situations in my life. It's just good. It's just nice. So like yeah, if my kid doesn't like Scooby Doo, I'm automatically like that's a hard out for me. Like a red flag, that's a red flag for my kid. Like and it's like if you know anything about soccer, you get one red flag, you're out. You don't get to play the next game. So it's like Theo, I know you're 2 years old, but you didn't laugh appropriately at that moment on Scooby Doo, so red flag, you're out. Figure out your own life, brother. It's gonna be tough for you when come taxes time, because there's a lot of big words in there, and you don't know any of them. But good luck. Scooby Doo would have helped you with that. Just saying. Scooby Doo would have prepared you with all the life skills. Now you're just some baby. Sitting on the sidewalk. Not like Scooby Doo. But yeah, I was definitely a Cartoon Network kid. 100%. But like yeah, it's like imagine being 8, 9, 10 in the summertime. you got your family. Like me and my, like, all my family members were pretty close, like, in age. Like my older brother James is like a year and a half older than me. My younger brother Nick's like a year and a half younger than me. And then I got my sisters who are like, 3 years younger and like 5 years younger than me. So like we're all pretty close. And then my oldest brothers are like, you know, they're a little bit older, but like 7, 8 years older than me. So it's like we're all reasonably like aged, spaced out. But like just imagine, you 8, 9, 10. You got your family around. It's summertime. You got no school. It's warm. You got them summer evenings. Maybe the AC don't even need to be cut on. You got the windows open. You got Powerpuff Girls on TV. And then next up is gonna be Johnny Bravo. Next up is gonna be Ed, Edd n Eddy. You in it. And this is nighttime. So even before that, you got home from school, you got that Toonami flow hitting. So you just got through watching Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball and Hamtaro and Gundam Wing. So it's like, this is your existence. And then after you got that Toonami block about 3 to 5 p.m. Then perfect, because 5 to 7, that's that dinner time where it's like, you with your fam or whatever it is. And then 7 to 9 is that like Cartoon Network hitter where it's like Dexter's Lab, Ed, Edd n Eddy, Powerpuff Girls, Johnny Bravo. Some similar to that. Then 9 to 10, maybe Cow and Chicken and Billy and Mandy. Some variation of all these shows, right? Courage is in there somewhere. I don't know. But then from like 10 on, you got that late night anime. So you got a Gundam 08. You got, I don't know if Evangelion was on there, but like you just got that late night anime. Inuyasha coming through. Like, are you serious right now? Are you serious? Like, those are the heavy hitters of heavy hitters on all the same time. Like, you get that all in one day, and that's like every day. You get new episodes. Like, you get episodes of this stuff every single day. That's the dream. Looking back, I wish I would have appreciated that more. I mean, I appreciated it when I had it. So like, it was like, every day was just fantastic. You end the day with Inuyasha. That's how you end your day. And you also get like Trigun in the mix of that. You get like, some of them anime I didn't even remember. You got Submarine number 9 or whatever it was, like Deep Blue number 9. I can't remember. I just remember it came out one winter time and it was like a really cool mood, and I'll never forget it. Yeah, one of my favorite memories of all time, like a core memory of mine, is like, it was a wintertime, middle of wintertime, and my dad was going to work because I think he was working the evening shift. It was like maybe 4 or 5 p.m. And like, it was, my mom hadn't gotten home from work and my dad was about to leave for work, and it was like dark out already because it was wintertime. And I remember, I don't know what my brothers were up to, and my sisters were real young, so they were doing baby stuff, but like, not like Scooby-Doo probably. But I remember, like, my dad had made dinner, and like, he made like mac and cheese and like maybe some Salisbury steaks for us or something like kids like to eat. It was something like that. I just remember the smell of the mac and cheese and like some kind of like slightly burnt like TV dinner in the living room, and like the heater was on, but like there was frost on the window, and like it was getting dark outside, and my dad was leaving for work, and I remember Deep Blue number 9 was coming on TV after this is right after Batman Begins or Batman Beyond, whichever one was like the Batman with the red animated, like real dark vibes, real cool. So it was right after that went off, Deep Blue number 9 came on, and I was like, that's a core memory for me. Like, that was like such a cool series of smells and sights and sounds, and like, yeah. So I will always have good memories of Deep Blue number 9 because of that. And that could be the title. I don't remember. It's like something Blue 9, like Submarine Blue 9 or something like that. I don't know. I look it up every like couple years, and I listen to the theme song, and I'm like, well, that sounds nothing like what I remember, but then I forget about it. It's one of those where like the reality isn't as strong as my nostalgia. Like my memory of it is distorted in a way where that's much more powerful than the actual reality of what it was. So yeah, that was a good time. The 90s, the late 90s, early 2000s, when I was 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like that kind of like range, because that was a daily thing. Them Cartoon Network games, you know, telephones that were still attached to the wall, VCRs. Do y'all even remember VCRs? If you grew up on SpongeBob, you definitely don't know what a VCR is. Or at least it was phased out well before you could remember. Like VCRs where you had to like push the tape in. It was, if you don't know VCRs, essentially it was this machine that ate little blocks. And once the machine ate the block, it would play your movie. And it's like something so nice about sliding the tape, the videotape into the machine. It's like it felt nice. It felt real good. Yeah. It was just a whole mood. Being in that era in the 90s was like, I don't know. I don't ever think there's like I think life is more like an ocean, where it's like it's so intermingled with everything, and your memories inform your reality, and it's like everything is so meshed together that you can't really distinguish a lot. Like each piece helped you become who you are now, and it's like, at least I think it's tough to like pick out snapshots of time. Like I would never say that like a certain period of my life was the best time of my life, because personally I think that's like nostalgia clouding a lot of it. Like you always had your worries and your anxieties and all that, but like now you look back at it and you don't really remember those parts. You remember just the good parts. But that being said, it's like I said, I never want to say like one part of my life was the best part of my life, especially if it's in the past, because that's depressing to me. It's like I want the best parts of my life to be looking forward to, right? But like that period of time, you know, middle school, that fourth and fifth grade, like, and then on the middle school times, essentially that Ed, Edd n Eddy period of time, brother, ain't nothing like there's just nothing like that. Like, and there won't ever be anything like that, I think, and that's good. It's just like I'm glad I had that period of time in my life. It's not necessarily the best or the better than anything other period, but like it was just good. That was good living. That was like, and I know that I'm blessed. And I know that I'm fortunate to be able to have that, because I know a lot of my friends and a lot of people in life either just have kind of blah childhoods, or have like terrible childhoods. Like it could have gone a different story, right? So I know that I'm blessed to have that like chunk of time where I was like, yo, Goku and Frieza are fighting? What? Liger Zero's balling out? What? Tuxedo Mask is doing what? Double D is doing what? The Powerpuff Girls are doing what? Johnny Bravo's saying some problematic what? It was just like a, you know, It's like the golden age, right? Like the golden age of basketball, in my opinion, was like 80s, 90s. You know, mid 80s to mid 90s probably. Um, and I think the golden age of like cartoons was late 90s, early 2000s. Right up until probably Kids Next Door. Was it Spy Kids Next Door? I think it was Spy Kids Next Door. But yeah, I think that was like the golden era. Although don't get me wrong, I really liked this when SpongeBob came out, and I liked when Chowder was honestly one of my favorite shows as a high schooler. Like it had humor that was like hilarious to me. Chowder's what I would have watched if I was a kid. I'd have been a Chowder kid, 100%. But it's like after, like that was like just past my time. It was like I was in high school. I was phasing out of cartoons. I was getting really a lot more into like, you know, what do high school kids get into? Like, it's getting really into like hammers and steel and, you know, red cups and like cargo pants, things that, like, you know, I was cool in high school, right? So I know I know things like this, so it's not even a problem for me to list these off, you know. No, in all reality though, in high school I was getting into like High School Musical, and I was getting into like the Cheetah Girls, and I was getting into like essentially Disney Channel movies. It's weird. I progressed like after my Cartoon Network days. I like turned into like a Disney Channel movie kind of enthusiast. So like my cartoon days were Cartoon Network. My movie days were Disney Channel. Also, can we talk about how lovely a feel it was when you saw that like Disney Channel movie like opening thing with the roller coaster, and it's like, you know, about to watch a Disney Channel. You're about to watch Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off. Like what? You're about to watch Halloween Town 2. Nothing better. You're about to watch the Even Stevens movie. You're about to watch a Proud Family movie. You're about to watch... Oh, there's so many good Disney Channel movies that I can't even think about right now, but that are like just ingrained in my body. Double Teamed, Motocrossed. Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off, like I said. Under Wraps. The Halloween Towns. Quince. I'm just kidding. No one saw Quince. But it was the same girl who was in Halloween Town, so I might have been good. Xenon. Y'all remember Xenon? With Protozoa? Game changer. Xenon was fabulous. I'm not gonna lie to you. I had a crush on Xena. Xena, that's the Xena. I had a crush on Xena, the Warrior Princess, and I had a crush on Xenon. Both of them I had a crush on. And they're actually quite opposite. So it's not gonna help you lock down my type at all. But Lucy Lawless, though. Okay. I always thought Lucy Lawless was China from wrestling. I thought those were the same people. Like, I still, to this day, think they're the same person. Like, I've never seen them in the same room together. And it would not surprise me if Lucy Lawless had a like a WWE career. Like that's easy. That's the easiest jump in the world for me, in my mind. So like, if any fact checkers out there, like China and Lucy Lawless, probably the same person. But Xenon, Don't Look Under the Bed. That was a good. That was a really good Disney Channel movie. There was just so many. Alley Cat Strike. I mean, it was just Brink, Johnny Tsunami, R.I.P. Lee Thompson Young. Johnny Tsunami was actually my favorite. That was, for a long time, Johnny Tsunami was my favorite Disney Channel movie. Up until the High School Musicals, because then, like, once High School Musical came out, then I was like, oh, this is different. Like, oh, there's, like, production value, and there's, like, choreography, and, like, at a different level. I was like, oh, this is... Plus, like, Troy and Gabriella, like, love story for the ages. Don't even get me started. Like, we all know about it. It's like, we know. It's like Bella and Edward who? You got Troy and Gabriella in your face? Come on. You got Ashley Tisdale doing her thing? Yeah, unstoppable. Unstoppable. And that girl on the piano that everyone forgets her name because that's kind of like... She's just exactly forgettable. Like, what's the girl from High School Musical's name? Like, the one that plays the piano. What's her name? Don't Google it. You can't look it up. Off top. What's her name? Krista? Becky? I don't know. But High School Musical was like... That's ingrained. Like, that one quickly became my favorite. Even more than Hatching Pete. Even more than Picture Perfect. Even more than... What's that? That one about snow. And, like, climate change. With Brenda Song. And honestly, I cannot remember if it's Brenda Song in there. I think Santa Claus is in it. But then also Wendy Wu, Homecoming Warrior. That's a good one. I remember it's just nothing better than like that opening to the Disney Channel original, and you're just sitting there and you're like, man, I'm about to strap in, boys. It's about to be an hour and a half of fun. Just to put you in a certain mood. And once again, especially if it's in the summertime and you're out of school and you're catching one of these things, man, I still remember watching, like, sitting, like, when Wendy Wu Homecoming Warrior came out. And, like, I don't even like Wendy Wu like that. Like, it was alright, but, like, I just remember, like, the setup, and, like, they would tell you, like, a few weeks ahead of time. Then they would, like, promote it all week. You'd be like, this Friday, Wendy Wu. And then it would come, and, like, it would come on, like, I don't know, 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Iowa time. And you would just, like, you just sink in. You just be like, yeah. You eat dinner, and you just be watching, like, a new movie with, like, someone from the Disney World, and you're just like, this is amazing. This is, like, this is perfect. Like, you wish your whole life was just going to be consisting of moments like this. And if you're lucky, it does, because, oh my goodness. I loved when those would come on. Like I said, Johnny Tsunami is up there for me. Johnny Tsunami is like, Bono, Bono. I just loved that one. Part of the reason I went surfing was because of Johnny Tsunami. So, it's like, maybe my grandpa could be the dude from Mortal Kombat. Who knows? Um, but yeah, Disney Channel like originals. It's like that's also like crazy that I had that like that. That's another aspect of it. It's like you have the Prime Cartoon Network days, and then just after that, you get the Prime Disney Channel days. At least in my opinion, I know each generation is gonna have their own Prime. I know. But I like thinking of it as the Prime because they were so good, man. And there's just so many. There's so many. But I will officially end the debate on the Halloween Towns versus the Hocus Pocuses. At least Hocus Pocus 1. Hocus Pocus is better than Halloween Town. Absolute facts. Hocus Pocus is better than Halloween Town. And that hurts, 10-year-old me, because 10-year-old me adored Halloween Town. I watched Halloween Town 1, I watched Halloween Town 2, I watched Halloween Town High. I watched them all, baby. I was so invested in Marnie's like progression into being a warlock or a wizard or a witch or whatever it was. But objectively and just realistically, Hocus Pocus is a better movie. It just is. Like nowadays, when I go to rewatch, and I only recently, not recently, but within the last like 6 or 7 years, got into Hocus Pocus because a girl I was dating was like, "Yo, Chris, you're wrong." Because I was always team Halloween Town, even in my 20s. And she's like, "Yo, Chris, you're wrong. Hocus Pocus is better." And at first I was like, we're breaking up. Like, because I don't want to A, date a liar, and B, I don't want to date like someone who clearly has bad taste. Right? But what did I do? I took a step back and I thought to myself, hey, Chris, you haven't even seen Hocus Pocus. So maybe she's right. And guess what? We watched it one day when it was like really fall out. Like it was real autumn vibes. I'm talking 60 degrees, 50 degrees, 60 degrees, blustery weather, rainy, leaves falling down in the sky, like from the sky to the ground. That kind of situation. Cloudy, dark, blustery. Cut on Hocus Pocus. I was wrong. She was 100% right. 110% right. Hocus Pocus is better than Halloween Town. No ifs and buts. Like, and it's quite a bit better too. Like, from story to like relatability to quality to like cinematography to music to acting, special effects. All of it. So, yeah, we didn't end up breaking up. Although at that point, I mean, I wouldn't be mad if she dumped me. Here I was the one that was wrong. So, but yeah, 100%. 100%. But I guess that's the beauty in like learning and growing and using your eyeballs to take in new information and to reflect, and to maybe that means you change yourself. Maybe that changed your opinion, and that's kind of nice, because I will never be that stubborn one who's like, you know what? I watched it and secretly I know it's better, but outwardly I'm going to tell you Halloween Town is much better just because I'm stuck in my ways. No. As soon as I finished that movie, I was like, oh, yep. I was wrong. You were right. 100%. Let's watch it again. Like, and now when I'm looking for that Like I haven't watched Halloween Town in like several years, but like I watch Hocus Pocus every year. Like it's now become part of like a staple in my Halloween vibe, and it's like completely replaced Halloween Town. So yeah, it's okay to be wrong, guys. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. Except when it comes to Scooby Doo. If you don't like Scooby Doo, get out. That's not okay. That's just wrong. That's just irredeemable. Now, if you don't like a pup named Scooby Doo, we can work with that. Okay, we can work with that. It's a completely different vibe, completely different spirit. You know, you don't mess with red herring. That's fine. I get it. That's different. But like the regular old school Scooby Doo's, that's like when someone tells me they don't like sweets. It's like, do you just want to straight up tell me you're a psychopath? Like, do I just need to call the authorities right now? Have them handcuff you, take you to the station, book you, send you away for 25 to life? You don't like sweets? Like, I would understand if you said you don't like sweets before dinner. But, like, the sweets are eventually going to come, right? Like, it makes no sense to me when someone says to me that they don't like sweets. I'm just like, then what's the point of being alive? The two best parts of being alive: coffee, sweets. If you take out 50% of that and it's just coffee, that's a tough life, my guy. That's a tough life to live. What are you looking forward to? Like, what gets you through the days if you don't like sweets? Just like a roast beef sandwich? Is like that's what gets you going? Go ahead and tell me you want to be arrested. It's like, it gives me the chills almost. Like, gives me the creeps. Like, I'm just like, now I know I can't trust you. Like, I knew something was off, but like now I know, no, I can't trust you if you don't like sweets. In that situation, just lie to me. Just lie to me. Because I don't want to know the true identity of who I'm talking to if you don't like sweets. Because it's like, I am a sweet tooth to my core. Both of my parents are sweet tooth, so it's like I got both versions of those. So like, constantly, like, I'm eating cookies, candy, ice cream is my vice, cakes, pies, brownies, every single variation of snackery is like, I just want it. Like, and I end most days with like some kind of sweet. And yes, will I get diabetes? Absolutely. 1000%. I'm probably pre-diabetic right now. But what's the point of being alive if I don't get some cookies? Like, if I had to live a life without ice cream, I'm deucing. I'm out of here. If I have to live without getting ice cream, I'm built where like I have a separate stomach solely for ice cream. Like, it's one of those where like I'll eat a big meal, right? You know, I'll eat a big meal. Like, we're talking like a pasta dinner. Like, we're talking spaghetti. Which spaghetti, honestly, spaghetti and lasagna are like the two regular foods that like I have a bit more like capacity in my belly. But like I'll eat like a big old bowl of pasta with bread and milk. And I'll be filled to the brim. Like I cannot eat any more pasta, right? But I will always have room for ice cream. It's like no matter how full I get, there is always some section in my lower cavity that like accepts ice cream. Like it just allows it in there. Like, and that's been how like I've been since I birthed. So it's like I've noticed about myself for a while now. And it's just, you don't like sweets? Like, you might as well have told me that you just murdered 17 people in cold blood. Right. Like, with no hesitation, no guilt, and I'm going to be the 18th victim. Like, that's essentially what you're telling me when you say you don't like sweets. It's like, that's so jarring to my soul. Like, it's just like now I got to call the cops on you because something's not right. Like, officer, arrest this man. He's not, something's off. He doesn't like sweets. And they're like, oh, say less. Let's book him, boys. Like 25 to life because this man doesn't like fudge stripe cookies. Absolutely. Absolutely. You don't like sweets? Not liking sweets is the same thing for me as not liking Scooby-Doo. It's like those two things. Oh man, if I have a kid who doesn't like sweets, on one hand it's like, okay, more for me. On the other hand, it's like the parent who like raised Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Or like the parent who raised Ed Kemper. Well, not her. She had that was not good. None of it was good. I don't know. But it's like one of those situations where it's like, if I see signs in the beginning and you don't like sweets, I'm going to turn you in myself. I'm pretty sure that's one I saw on Mindhunter, I'm pretty sure. It's like the correlation between serial killers and not liking sweets. That's a thing that I may have heard or may have just made up. Either way, take it as law. Like, that's a fact for me. That's a fact. And if you don't like ice cream's like a core part of my personality. Like, you know those like personality tests? Like, a lot of times I'll just end up that like the I in INFJ is ice cream. Like, that's what it stands for. So it's like you don't even like the first letter of my personality type, and that hurts. Who doesn't like ice cream? It's literally cold milk. What's better than cold milk? Nothing. And then you get to put drizzlings and sauces and stuff on top of it. And like candies and like... Ice cream is bar none my absolute favorite dessert. If we have a list, it goes ice cream at the very tippy top, like well above all the others. Ice cream. And then it's probably my mom's chocolate chip cookies. And then it's brownies. It's brownies. Then it's candy. Then it's cake. Then it's pie. And that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, just below my mom's chocolate chip cookies are just regular cookies, just any cookies. So that's my list. But ice cream's well above. Like, ice cream I'll have probably 5 times more than I'll have anything else on that list. It's like if you tell me you don't like ice cream, might as well tell me you hate me. Like, let's put it this way. If I ever have a kid, I'm going to accept that kid for all shapes and sizes of that kid. Whatever that kid wants to be, whoever he is, whatever that entails. You know, I'm talking gender identity, sexual orientation, all of that. I'm going to accept and love to the fullest. But if that kid don't like ice cream, if that kid don't like sweets, I'm going to disown him. I'm going to disown him. It's just not natural to not like sweets. That's just against science, I think. So, you know. So hopefully, let's all hope that doesn't happen. Let's all hope for the best on that one. Let's hope my kid likes sweets and likes Scooby-Doo. Otherwise, oh boy. But yeah, early 2000s Disney Channel, golden age. Late 90s, early 2000s Cartoon Network, golden age. Mid 80s to mid 90s basketball, NBA, golden age. 90s sitcoms, golden age. But I'm always curious, like, what other people's golden... Like I said, what are other people's golden ages? Like, what are their... Because it's always, like, you can't unlink it from, like, either your childhood or nostalgia or your memories or certain points in your life, right? So it's like, for me, Mad About You, Seinfeld, Friends... all of that was like in just a lovely time in my life, right? It was all like late 90s. So it's just cozy to me and it just feels nice. And it was cool to have a laugh track. Will and Grace, you know, all those. Like, for me, that's the golden age. But like, maybe the people born in the 60s do not feel that way. And that's okay. We can all have our own golden ages. That's fine. We don't have to have like one consensus like golden age for the entirety of, you know, American culture. It can be separate. It can be, you know, completely individualistic. Like, whatever's the golden age for you can apply. Or you can have multiple like overlapping golden ages. You can have some that are the same as others and some that are not. You know, but I wonder if there's like a majority, like, vote for any of these, or maybe we should make them. Like, maybe we should make a poll, like a global poll. It's like, what was the true golden age? I don't know, because SpongeBob kids always vote for SpongeBob. Always. So it's like, you can't fight that. And there was no ladybug in my chocolate milk, so that's a good way to end the stream. It's like 1 a.m. here. Like I said, we'll probably do shorter streams this week just because my brain power is all focused on booking this trip and getting all the flights and all the lodging and all the accommodations and all that stuff taken care of. And so it puts my brain in a fog for trying to be witty and funny and stuff. So, but that being said, tomorrow we'll do a Topic Tuesday. And for Topic Tuesday, let me see. For Topic Tuesday, um, yeah, we'll do essentially what we did last time, which was I thought was really funny. I thought it was real fun. Like honestly, it was like one of my favorite days so far, streaming, just because I felt on it. I felt like the right amount of like energized, and something fun about just going through random topics and just shooting the breeze and just saying whatever comes to my mind. So tomorrow I think it might be a little shorter, maybe a couple hours, but we'll get into some topics and just talk about, like, we'll just see where that leads, right? So yeah, and then like I said, Wednesday will be Alan Wake. I don't know how close we are to finishing it, but we just finished chapter 3, so we're on chapter 4. And then Thursday will be K-drama. Friday will be probably more Alan Wake. So that's kind of the outlook of the week. But once again, happy Monday. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for supporting. Thanks for coming through. Hopefully you're having a good start to the week so far. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Hopefully you didn't listen to a Taylor Swift album. Or you did and you liked it. Who knows? If you haven't listened to Ethel Cain, though, listen to Ethel Cain. Amazing. She just has so many songs that, like, you can just drive around the country to. Like, go for a drive. Doesn't matter what time of day. But, like, I did it at nighttime and it was perfect. But, like, you could do it daytime, too, with Ethel Cain's album. And it's phenomenal. It's like, last thing I'll say about the Taylor Swift album is there are moments on there too where it felt like she was going for more of a Lana Del Rey kind of crooning situation, like a lot of reverb, a lot of like, kind of haunting. And it was like, even then, I don't like Lana Del Rey, but I think Lana Del Rey like would have been more interesting on it. Hey, what's up, Tonkatsu Letsu? How you doing? Yeah, even Lana Del Rey, I think, would be more interesting on that album than Taylor Swift was during that entire thing. So yeah, but if you like it, you like it. It's whatever. I think, very good, sir. Awesome. How's your Monday going? You do anything fun? We're talking about the Taylor Swift album. And if you listen to it, that's alright. That's alright. You like what you like, but I listened to it and it wasn't that good. But yeah, if you haven't listened to Ethel Cain, check out Ethel Cain's stuff. She's really good. She's like such a much better version. Not a much better. That's a mean thing to say, but like her music is like, it'll hit you in like so many different ways. At least me personally, and it's like, actually it's Tuesday for me, sir, and it's going good so far. Oh, okay. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. I'm glad it's going good. That's awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. Yeah, for me, I guess it just turned Tuesday. Yeah, so you're right. Happy Tuesday. But yeah, it's or listen to Samia. Like, Samia's really good too. She's real talented. She makes kind of indie pop music, but to me, Samia is like what Olivia Rodrigo wants to be, if that makes sense. I don't know that. Happy Tuesday, right? Right? Samia, like, a lot of her stuff is understated, but I like her writing. I like the music that she comes up with. Like, it's really good. And I like her voice too. She has this one song, it's called, it's something like, is anyone out there, or is anyone looking, something, but it's like really, really sad. And it's like, if you listen to that song and it doesn't like affect you in some way, I'm just like shocked. Cause like that song, even as a grown man, I'm listening to that. I remember like the first time I listened to it, I was listening to her album when I was doing some painting. Like I was just in my room with my puppy, you know. It was like I think it was like a spring day, so I had the windows open, beautiful. And I was just listening and painting, and then that song came up. It's like the last song on the EP, and I just like was floored. I was just like, I listened to it probably like 10 times in a row after that. It was just like so moving and so sad, and it's like she's describing like a friend she had growing up, and it's just like, it just Olivia Rodrigo versus Taylor Swift. I like it. You came in with the heavy hitters today on a Tuesday. Olivia Rodrigo versus Taylor Swift. What do you choose? Me personally, I choose neither of them. But if I had to choose, I'm choosing Olivia Rodrigo. But if I had to choose, I'm choosing Samia. Samia is like Olivia Rodrigo, but like underground. Like she's like, that's more my speed of music. But Taylor Swift, she's already out. Like I listen to her stuff, but I can't. And I try my very best not to be biased. But so if I had to choose, it'd be Olivia Rodrigo. She has a few songs that I actually like enjoy. And like I like her, even though I think her and Taylor Swift's writing is like really similar, I vibe a lot more with Olivia Rodrigo. But that's a good question. That's a really good question. And to be fair, anybody versus Taylor Swift, I'm usually picking anybody else. So it's like, like I said before, Taylor Swift, I really, really enjoyed her like first 4 albums. Like when she was like kind of country, like I really listened to those a lot. Like, and I loved them. Well, I didn't love them, but I liked them. But something happened where she got really, really indie folk, and it was like not my kind of cup of tea. And like the writing just kind of went away. I'm like, I can't. Sir, are you an artist? I try to be. I like to create things. I like to play music, and I like to write. So it's I don't really consider myself an artist, but like I just like to create things. So yeah, like Taylor Swift is like she's obviously on the Mount Rushmore of a lot of people's like, I'll never touch her in terms of like anything, but I just don't. She just doesn't make me feel anything when I listen to Taylor Swift these days. It's just like, it just seems so robotic. It just seems so like, at least with Olivia Rodrigo, like she like, even if it's just anger, like a lot of her stuff is like angsty, like real, heartache. Like I'm like, dang, who hurt you? But like even then I can feel it. Like I can kind of feel like, oh man, if I was like dating somebody at that time, I would feel that way too. The way you talk is very artistic, sir. I appreciate that. I mean, maybe that's a good. I take it as a compliment because I like that. I appreciate that. Tonkatsu. I like your name, by the way. It's making me hungry. Yeah. At least Olivia Rodrigo, like she like, even if it's just like anger or like she's been betrayed and she wants to get back at like her boyfriend, her ex, or whoever it is, like that makes me like feel like, it makes me like, all right, I'm on board. But like Taylor Swift is so like, she's so, I don't know. But like I said, there's nothing personal for me like against Taylor Swift, like in terms of like her as a person, as a human being. Do your thing. Like, get your money, play your music, do what makes you happy, Taylor Swift. Like, do it. I'm just like, I listen to your albums just because I want to give it a fair shake, and it's like, so yeah, if I had to choose, listen to a Samia song. You spell it Samia, and she's kind of in the same kind of realm. I think like she's in that like T Swift, Olivia Rodrigo. She's closer to Olivia Rodrigo, I think, in terms of like sound. Yes, Samia, and it might be Samaya. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I've always just Samia. But like, she has some just, I don't know. It's like, you can tell when you listen to somebody and you feel it, and you can like their lyrics hit you. And like I can remember several times when I'd be at like work and like one of her songs would pop up in my ears, like on my Spotify or something. And I would just be like, and the lyrics would just be like, oh dang, oh wow, okay. And like that feeling right there alone is more than anything Taylor Swift is like made me feel in a long, long time. Um, but yeah, Samia, Ethel Kane is another one. She's more, Ethel Kane I think is more on the line of like where T Swift seems like she was heading, and Ethel Kane blows T Swift out the water. Ethel Kane, her entire aesthetic, like I know a lot of people, like I get why a lot of people don't really like her because she has a specific like Southern Gothic like grunginess to her, where it's like, she's got like disjointed tattoos, and like she looks very, I can't think of the right word to describe Ethel Kane, but if you know what Southern Gothic is, it's exactly that. Like that's her exact shtick. Like that's the aesthetic she's going for. But her music is incredible. Like Ethel Kane has a song called American Teenager. That song, if you play that at night while you're driving through the country, you're just like, you're on another level. Like you like transcend your own body. You're like looking down at yourself like, whoa, this is awesome. Like, and her writing is so beautiful. It's like the way she connects things. It's like with T Swift, I think she tries so hard, or it seems like she tries so hard. Maybe she doesn't. It just seems like it. But like Ethel Kane, it seems like it just flows out of her naturally. Where it's like, man, you got me. Yeah, very poetic. Yeah, exactly. Very poetic. Ethel Kane, very poetic. Like without trying though. You know how sometimes like you can tell when someone's trying really hard for a poem to sound like a poem, or like sound really like beautiful or poetic, and it like loses all its like meaning because you can tell they tried way too hard to put in all these words that don't fit, when sometimes all you got to do is like say a phrase that hits right in your heart, right? Some of the best poems are just like simple, like simple, and they stick with you. And that's very much Ethel Kane, where she'll say things in like a very poetic, like, but she's not trying too hard. She's just trying to like describe a setting or describe a heartbreak, and she's not poetic about it. She's very simple, but like the way she does it, the lyrics she chooses, and like the melodies behind it, it's very effective. Whereas T Swift kind of just loads up a whole bunch of pretty words together, like a bunch of big words that you have to look up later on, that like it loses its effect. It just like, there's too much going on for me. But like I said, I listen to a lot of music. Like that's all I do pretty much, is listen to music. Like when I'm at work or home, like constantly listening to anything and everything. So I'd like to think I'm a pretty fair judge of like what is, at least what hits me. And I know that's very, very, it's all dependent on you, like who you are. Like, so you could have completely different takes than I do. Maybe T Swift is your like poetic genius and you love everything and it hits you in a different way. That's beautiful. Like, lean into that. Don't let me like discourage you. That's just one dude's take at 1 a.m. on a Tuesday. Like, but I don't know. She just doesn't move you. Would you say T Swift is way too commercial? Ooh, good question. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't. That is a good question. I don't know because I can't separate it. It's like I don't know if she would be the same kind of writer she is if she wasn't so commercially successful. Like I don't know if she would write in the same style. Like maybe this is just what works, and she's running with it. Or maybe this is the style that her fans love, and like she just it worked in the past, so now she's going with it now. So I don't know if I can separate it. I don't know if like you know would she be making this same music if she wasn't as big as she is, or even is she making music she enjoys? I don't know. I don't know her as a person, but I don't mind the fact that she's so commercial. I don't even mind that she like has the Swifties. Like I love when people are so obsessed with like an artist that like they support him to the ends of the earth. Like I love that you have that kind of like support in your life. Like that's so cool. I just my thing is like there are so many artists. So many artists, especially even in her same little lane, like her same like T Swift like kind of pseudo folk slash indie pop kind of lane that are much more talented than she is, or at least maybe not more talented, but like have already perfected that lane. Like, so maybe commercialism is like a part of it, where like she's everywhere in my face now. So it's just like I know for a fact I wouldn't like rag on her as much if I didn't see her everywhere and like all the Swifties just saying everything that she puts out is like top tier, because it's not. Let's be honest, like it's not. Like if you have ears, you know, like even like I like some of her stuff. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm not here to just be a hater. Like I like some of her music. Some of her songs hit, and some of her songs are like just are good. You know, it's a lot like Drake, where some of his songs are good, but like that's not the best. Like that's not the best of the best, and it just sucks. It's like someone who listens to so much music, where it's like so many good artists are falling through the cracks, but like so much attention is put on T Swift. Like she's like the songwriter of our generation. When I'm like, no. There's so many. Can you please tell me your history of music preference in terms of genre? Ooh, okay. So I'm all over the map. Like my favorite genre of music is blues, but like I listen to anything other than like real hard EDM. Like I'm not a big like trance guy, but like everything else is on the table. So I'm talking R&B, I'm talking rap, I'm talking rock, I'm talking screamo, I'm talking house, I'm talking, well, not really house, I don't really like house, but like I'm talking country, I'm talking folk, I'm talking indie pop, I'm talking pop. Like I like pop music. Like I like a lot of stuff on the radio. Not a lot, but like there are some songs that I enjoy. I love pop punk, I love emo, I love, you know, bluegrass, I love oldies. Like so I listen to like anything. If it's good, I'll listen to it. So it's like at this point in my life, I'm pretty good at like picking out like at least what I think is top tier, or like what I think is like a game changing album or a game changing song. Like things that like, you know, the first time I heard Good Kid Mad City by Kendrick Lamar, which is just fresh on my mind because me and my brother are talking about Kendrick. Like the first time I heard that, even though I don't like Kendrick Lamar, was like, oh, this is one of the best albums I've ever heard in my life. You know? So it's not that I can appreciate artists, even if I didn't like Kendrick, but like I can appreciate a good project. And so like I said, like that's what I do with T Swift is I listen to every album she comes out with, just because she is commercial, so it's like always in my face. So it's like at some point I'm gonna listen to these songs. So at least I want to have like an informed opinion about it. Like I'm not the one who's gonna just say, "Oh, boo, T Swift," but like never listen to a single thing she puts out, because that's just being biased and like prejudice. It's like, then I'm just a hater, right? I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm just trying to like, maybe I listen to it and I hate it, and it's like, I don't think that's necessarily a hater. Um, do you have a genre that you really liked growing up but not anymore? Ooh, good question. All right, I'm gonna answer this, but you gotta say the same too. Like, you gotta answer it for you. If there's one that you like, a genre you liked. Me. That's a good question. A genre I really liked growing up but I don't anymore. Probably dubstep. I don't know if you remember dubstep. Dubstep was like real big when I was growing up. Like that, like it was like in the same vein as EDM, but like a specific style. And like I liked it when I had songs on my like music players that like had dubstep on it. But like now I cannot stand it. I don't like that at all. I'm thankful that it kind of phased out. For me, probably hip hop. Okay, okay. And you don't listen to hip hop very much anymore. Um, Hip hop for me, that one's just been constant. I fell away from it a little bit in high school, where I got more into like emo and like rock and stuff, like Paramore. But then back in college, like I started picking it up again, and then I kind of, it's just always been with me. Not so much as before. That makes sense. That makes complete sense. What's your favorite like genre of music? Um, but yeah, that's a good one. Hip hop. That's a good. That'd be interesting, because for me, like dubstep kind of went away, so it kind of doesn't even affect me. But like hip hop's still everywhere, so that might be a little tough to at least avoid. I'm trying to think of another one, like maybe, but that's the thing. Like I listen to so like I will listen to anything. Like if you check my Spotify like lists or like playlists, you're getting, 90s rap, you're getting 20s rock, you're getting 50s jazz, you're getting 2010 reggaeton, you're getting like everything. You're getting like from Porter Robinson to Bad Bunny to Miles Davis to Tupac to Ethel Cain. You're all over the map. You would say rock? Okay, fair. Actually, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you can kind of. I got the stereotype. I got all the tattoos. It's like I'm pretty big into rock. Like it's not my favorite, but I would consider myself like it's funny. A lot of people look at me and they think like my favorite, like I play rock band, like I play like in a rock band or something. Like I definitely look the part, but and they always say like they say they remind me. I remind them of, and I don't see it, but I remind them of somebody in. What's that band? Oh, 21 Pilots. Is that a band? I think it's a band. In some lighting, they say I look like one of those guys, and I don't see it. But, anyways, I love rock, but not as much as people think. Like people look at me and they think I'm like a heavy metal like rock guy, and I do enjoy heavy metal and I do love rock, but like that's only probably like 10% of what I listen to. Like everything else is usually like either jazz, blues, classical, or rap, hip hop, or folk. Like folk is actually probably the most of what I listen to these days. Um, but I do love. If we talking rock, I'm all over the map. I'm all like. We could go back to it like any kind of. I'm all like I love indie rock. I love pop rock. I love hard rock. I love screamo. I love lately like I don't know if you guys know but sadly rock is dead. Ooh, okay. That's a hot take. That is a hot take. Sadly, rock is dead. I could see that, but I will say, there's an emergence of a few bands. I don't know if you know Sleep Token, but like Sleep Token is bringing back rock in a cool way, in a weird like. Sleep Token has everything, but like they're kind of more on the rock end, and there are a lot of who I've been listening to lately. And yeah, Sleep Token. Sleep Token is phenomenal. Like they have a new album. They have an album that just came out. It's called Take Me Back to Eden. The first time I listened to that album, and it's like one of those things you probably gotta like rock to like it, because there are a lot of breakdowns. There are a lot of like, metal-esque, but they also have a lot of different influences too. There's like some kind of like, it's interesting. It's like Sleep Token is probably top 5 bands for me right now, and like I'll make sure to check them out. Yeah, you won't be disappointed, or you will. I don't know. Music is so subjective, so maybe you'll hate it, but personally, Sleep Token is, yeah, their most recent album, Take Me Back to Eden, start to finish. I listened to that one, and as soon as I listened to it, I was like, oh, like that's gonna stick with me forever. Like this album is gonna be on all of my playlists. Like it's so good. So yeah, if you like rock, they're good. I do listen to a lot of Bad Omens. But like I love anything from Slipknot to Korn to Stone Temple Pilots, to anything and everything. Except for 80s hair rock. I never got into like Guns N' Roses or Poison or like kind of that energy. But everything else rock related, sign me up. But I will agree with you that rock is kind of dying, except in like weird little pockets. There's some weird little like Sleep Token has a really cool thing going on. There's some like other Midwest bands that are like starting to crop up and like make really interesting sounds. Like it's exciting, but it's definitely like you have to dig for it like nowadays. Whereas before I felt like it was kind of thrust in the limelight a little more. Slipknot, I haven't heard that name in so long. Yeah, I'll pull out some deep cuts. That's what I do here, is I pull out some things you haven't thought of in 12 years. And also Slipknot is on the top of my tongue because like they're from Iowa and I'm from Iowa, so it's like they're always gonna be right there. But like Bring Me the Horizon. I was listening to Bring Me the Horizon the other day at the gym. Well, I wasn't, but the people at the gym were listening to him on the stereo, and I was like, this is a great song. So I listened to it with them. Without them really, I was, but yeah. I'd say, is there one genre like you just hate? Like you can't stand? Like if they put it on the car or like in public, you just like, no, can't do it. Can't do it. Sir, why do you have Korean tagged? Oh, because I talk a lot about Korean dramas and Korean culture and Korean travel. Because I'm big into Korean like movies and like Korean media. So as a given, on every single stream, at least for a few minutes here and there, we're going to talk about something like Korean related. Like I'm taking a trip to Korea next month, and so that's that right there. So I know that's it's a little weird to see like a dude from Iowa. But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I know, and that's part of why it's there, is because I love talking about it. So if anybody comes across it and wants to chat about Korean dramas, man, this is the spot. Because you're from Korea? No way. Wow. Where at in Korea? That is wild. That's really cool. Seoul? Okay, I'm going to Seoul next month for the first time. That's awesome. That's really cool. Well, welcome to this little slice of Iowa over here. But yeah, that's that's cool for travel. Yeah, 100% just for travel, just to eat. I want to eat everything in Seoul. I'm going down to Jeju too, just for because I need to be around the beach or at least for a couple days. So yeah, yep. Um, so yeah, if you I don't know if you're still there or if you whenever if you wherever you're at, if you have any tips for Seoul or Korea in general, I will take every single one of them. Is it the first time you're visiting? Yeah, it's the first time, very first time. Even though part of me feels like I've already visited because I've watched about 100 Korean dramas and 50K movies, and I've seen. Actually, I'm trying to see IU in concert. Like, I don't know if you know who IU is, but I'm trying to see her. She's playing the U.S. this summer, and I'm trying to see IU live. So, but wow, then you got lots to explore. Yeah, I am. I'm super excited. IU, sure. Yeah. Actually, last week I was talking about how she's my celebrity crush. But wow, what that's cool. That's real, Tenkatsu. Like, that's cool that you got connections to Korea, because yeah, it's like I'm gonna essentially just explore that whole. At least so, like, I don't know if I want to do Busan. Like, I don't know if I like. At least for my first trip, I kind of want to just like wander around Seoul for a minute, kind of get my bearings, like figure out, okay, for the next trip, I want to go to these other areas in Korea, and like, because I also don't like just staying in major areas. Like, I like popping off into like, it's like going to America and just seeing New York City or like Chicago without seeing like the kind of the cool cities like Charlotte or Portland or like things like that. It's like similar where it's like, I know there are like real cool pockets in Korea, but like, the first time I would come to America, I'd probably see New York or see LA, just because you kind of have to, you kind of get that reference. But I hope you're okay with spicy food. Oh, I love spicy food. I love, I love me some spicy food. I remember the first time I had I was in Hawaii and I had some spicy, um, like kimchi braised pork. Like, and that spice level was probably 4 out of 5. And it was one of those, like, my nose was running a little bit and like my eyes were starting to water, and it was like, I still dream about that pork. It was so good. It was so good. Only been to NY and LA. See? No, but that's exactly what I did when I went to the US. Exactly. See? So that's kind of my equivalent to like me going to Korea, is like, all right, Seoul, Busan, but like I'm skipping Busan, I'm going to Jeju. But like, I know there are other areas in Korea that like would be really cool to see and like have like interesting, food and like kind of history and just like different settings. It's a different part of the country, so it'd be cool to see. But like for my first trip, I'm gonna be like that classic tourist, which is like Seoul. I'm gonna explore a lot of Seoul. But like I said, I'm very much that kind of guy who I'll get bored of like the main attractions real quick. Like, my favorite part about traveling is like meeting different people, meeting the aunties. Like, when I went to Mexico City, I was like meeting the abuelas and like, you know, spending evenings talking with them, like that was way more fun than like going to the tourist traps. If you like history, Gyeongju is a no-brainer. And I'm terrible at pronunciation, so I'm hoping that will improve while I'm over there. But Gyeongju, where at, like, in relation to Seoul, is it? Actually, you know what? I'll probably Google that out after this. Good pronunciation. Getting there. No, that's a good one. I remember it. It's down south. Ooh, okay. No, that is good to. I'm glad to know that one. Okay. because it's definitely one of those. I'm out there for probably close to 2.5 weeks, so it's like I would have no problem popping down there from Seoul. Like maybe take a train, or I don't know if there's flights out that, but like I would have no problem spending a day or two out there and just seeing where it goes, seeing, and especially if it's history, like I'd be down to learn or explore. Like I'm so low key when it comes to travel. Like just give me a few spots with some good food and some nice people, and I'll be alright. Like I'll be okay. I'll make some friends. You know, my absolute goal though would be to like eventually get to the point where I visit Korea so often that like I start to get to know people, and like maybe I have a, like I would love to maybe take a cooking class in Korea, or like just have like a emo, like have a like a auntie like just teach me some stuff, like teach me some recipes, but like some home cooking. Not like I don't want to like I don't want bulgogi, I don't want like galbi, I don't want like that, I want some like some pork belly and the lettuce wraps, like those kind of recipes. I want like black bean noodle recipes. I want like that kind of. I don't want just the stars, or like the ones that we kind of adopted in America, like the things that we gravitate to. I want like the ones that the aunties are cooking on like a Thursday night, like that. I don't know. I recommend traveling by train because it takes only 3 hours max. Oh, bad. Tonkatsu, that's a good. Okay, I bet there's like kimchi making class that you can take. You right. You right. Man, I actually, you know what? I would love. I'm glad you showed up today. I'm glad you came through on a Tuesday, because once I book my flights and everything, then I'm gonna start looking for stuff. And I didn't even think of a kimchi making class, but I've always wanted to try making kimchi, but I never wanted to do it by myself. Like I don't think it would turn out very well, even following recipes and stuff like that. Like I don't know. It's one of those. I feel like I would want someone to show me how to do it, or like me do it with them, and then. But that's a good one. And then traveling by train only 3 hours. Okay, I can make that work. That's not bad at all. I could just do a day trip, be in a completely different part of the country, and explore. Man, okay. Man, that's getting me excited. That is getting me really excited. Because I would, honestly, a kimchi class would be so much fun. I'd like to learn how to make all the banchan, or like a bunch of banchan, like just some that are like, because like I try here, and like my marinated onions, and like they don't taste quite right. They don't. I don't know what it is. It just isn't quite the same. Or like my bean sprouts, or my they just don't have that. And I don't know if it's the products I'm using. I don't know, like, because I've heard different oils are different. Like if you get them over there, like some, like they're just better quality, or just natural. Like I've heard, like, for instance, sesame oil. Like the sesame oil I get here in America isn't the same, or like it doesn't quite have that extra thing, and that might be what I'm missing. How are you with eating seafood? Oh, I love seafood. Seafood's probably my favorite, like, genre of foods. Like, I love seafood. One exotic dish you could try is raw octopus. Is that where they're like on the plate and they're like trying to kind of like clear, and then like their legs move like that? Or is that squid? Maybe the octopus. Oh, I think I've seen the octopus where it's just like the purple strips of like. Do they move in your mouth or no? Yes, sesame oil is widely used in Korean cuisine. Yes, that one. Okay. I would try it. One thing about me is I will try anything one time. And I would try raw octopus 100%. I'm looking forward to trying The scallion pancakes. I'm not big like on a. I'm not a Korean like a corn dog kind of dude. But I definitely want to do some chicken and beer. Even though I'm not a drinker like that, I want to have some Korean fried chicken. Cause we had some spots in North Carolina that we there was some Korean fried chicken that was pretty good, but I want to try it from the source. Um, and I want to try like rice wine and soju. Even though, like I said, I'm not a drinker, but like I want to try soju while I'm there. It does a little bit. Tell me more about Iowa. Is it a landlocked state? Yeah, Iowa is like so. If you picture the U.S., Iowa is right in the middle. Like it's as landlocked as you can probably be. I mean, you got like 10 states to the west and 10 states to the east, pretty much. Like you're just in the middle. And Iowa is very, very rural for the most part. Like you've got farmland as far as the eye can see. It's very flat. So like just picture. So if you get dropped into Iowa right now, just picture this, okay? Flat land, crops everywhere, cows. Like that's the most accurate description of Iowa I could ever give you. It's very country. Like for the most part, we have cities, you know, we have smallish cities, nothing on the scale of New York or an LA or even in Chicago. We have, you know, if you so you've been to New York and you've been to LA. It's more like well, I've never been to LA, but like our cities are probably more like LA, but like way 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 smaller, like way smaller, like you know, a tenth of that size, and not as good food either. Um, I ask because I imagine people from landlocked states don't eat as much seafood. You're spot on. You're spot on. And the only reason, so a lot of the seafood we get here is either you catch them in the rivers or the lakes, but that's it. But like, I moved to the East Coast for a chunk of my life, so that's where I really, really, really fell in love with seafood. Cause like, obviously, when you're on the coast, like it's like that's half your meals right there. It's just fish, shrimp, different kind of like sea creatures. No octopus. I didn't have octopus, but like prawns, things like that, where it's like you're 100%. Now that I'm back in Iowa, it's like you go to the seafood counter and it is bleak. Like it is not good. It's like the saddest looking fish that have been frozen and like shipped, and it's like it's not good, tonkatsu. It's just like it's sad, especially if you're a seafood eater. Like if you're a seafood fan, I would not recommend Iowa. Like come to Iowa if you like cold weather, if you like flat land, and you like kind people. Okay, that's really the only thing we got going for us is we got like kind people. They'll take you in, they'll feed you, they'll like make sure you're good, but like that's it. Everything else is like, or if you like cows or like farm animals, then this is the spot. I asked a person from Oklahoma, and he said the only seafood he had in his life was salmon and shrimp. Yeah, that's about it. That's here too. It's like for a good portion of America, like that middle portion, which is like maybe 15 states, including Oklahoma, including Iowa. All you get is like packaged frozen salmon, packaged frozen shrimp, and then like whatever fish is in like your local estuaries or like your local streams. But like obviously that's not enough for like the whole population of the state. So it's like you getting what you get. Are you a seafood guy? Like or girl, I don't, whatever, or whoever. Like, are you like seafood? Is that your kind of like speed? Because like I said, when I lived down in the south on the East Coast, I had fish or shrimp or um, you know, prawns. I had that like at least 2 or 3 times a week. Tuna, salmon, you know, all that, and I love it. It's like sushi here is so sad. Like it's like the worst cuts of fish. Then you just have to mask it with like mayo and like it's not good. I am more meat guy. Okay. If you're a meat guy, this is the spot for you. Like the Midwest, it's like 95% beef. Like you're gonna have like some of the best beef you ever have in your life here. Like I know Japan gets a lot of credit for like Wagyu beef, like, but the Midwest has a lot of really like top tier beef. Maybe not quite as good as that, but like it's up there where it's like, and we have a lot of it, so it's like it's cheaper, but it's still really good. Like California rolls. Yeah, like California rolls. And they're not even like not even California rolls. I'd say more like Nevada rolls, where they're landlocked rolls. They're just you're getting. It's like there's only you can only get so fresh, right? When you have to ship something like several hours away. Like I don't even know where most of our fish comes from. Maybe the Great Lakes, which is like, for reference, 5 or 6 hours away by car from where I am, or by truck. Like the closest big body of water for me is like 6 hours away, driving. And like the coast, I can't even get to the ocean on either way. It's 20 hours one way, 30 hours the other way by car. So it's like you're not getting any of the we import a lot of American beef to Korea, and it's really good. Yeah. Landlocked rolls. Yeah. See, trademark that, landlocked rolls. That's what it's like. It's not but you have great beef dishes. Yeah. Oh, so you American beef, like it is really good. Like that's our claim to fame. Like beef and corn. Like we do, like the Midwest does corn really well. Like if you ever get a chance, if you ever see like Iowa sweet corn or like Midwest sweet corn, wherever you're at, get some. Like it's probably the best corn. I don't want to say in the world, because Mexico has some really good corn, but Midwest like sweet corn is at least best in the country. But yeah, if you get American beef and like Midwest produce, you're usually pretty good. Like you'll be good. Like that's a good meal. So if you're a beef guy, if you like meat, yeah, you could do Iowa for at least. Well, that's the thing. I never recommend anybody come here, because then you'll get mad at me, because you have to be in Iowa. Like Iowa is not that fun. Like if you've been in New York and LA, you've already been to places much cooler than here. Like unless you really want that slow life, like that slow vibe where it's like you're just hanging out with the cows. You want some landlocked sushi and you want to hang out with cows. Like that's what you're gonna do if you come. Like, but now you got me hungry for some soup, for some sushi, but also seafood. Man, if you like grilled trout or grilled fish with some salt and pepper, a little lemon juice, just grilled up. So that skin's a little crispy, but it's like still flaky and just Mm, so that's what I'm gonna have when I'm in Jeju. Is I want to have at least a few seafood dishes. At least like maybe some raw octopus, but I want to have like, because I know I don't know it, but I'm willing to bet. I mean, they're an island. They gotta have at least like a few seafood dishes. Like, I mean, it's gonna be no matter where it is, no matter what it is, it's gonna be better than what I have here, like automatically. But I'm looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to some seafood on Jeju. Maybe some grilled. I don't know. I don't know. But it's like the only reference I have is like when I went to Hawaii, because like Hawaii is the only other island I've been on. But Hawaii had some of the best seafood I have ever had in my entire life. I still dream about this place called Ahi Assassins. Best ahi baked fish I have had to this day. I think they closed down, and it's the saddest thing in my life, because I would recommend everybody, if you ever go there, like the best fish dish I have ever experienced in my life. Yes, Jeju is famous for seafood. Oh, now you're speaking my language. But it can be quite expensive since it's a tourist area. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm willing to spend a little bit more for some good fish, for a good meal. Like, I don't need to do it all the time, but if I get one or two meals, just some real good seafood, I'll pay for it. I'll make it happen, because that sounds, like I said, here I haven't had seafood since I moved back like 6 months ago. It's one of those where it's like, it's just not a thing. And if you do, you get like imported frozen versions of it, and it's like, it's kind of sad, and it's really expensive. And it's one of those things where, like, if you grew up around seafood, or like you move somewhere that has good seafood, and you come back and you see like what they're selling, and then you see like a miserable looking, like, sad cut of like skinless salmon that's like really too bright, and they're selling it for like $10 or $12 for an ounce, or for like an 8-ounce slice, or 3 ounce, whatever it is, whatever the square is. It's just like, yo, I was just in a place that sold much better quality than that for half the price, and you're just like, I can't buy that. I can't. Ahi, name of the fish? Yeah. Ahi. Ahi's really big in Hawaii. I don't know if you've ever been out that way, but like, ahi's really big there. And there's this place called Ahi Assassins. Ahi Assassins. And it was just a real local spot. Like, I think it was owned by like two dudes, and they were just like, they were tatted up and, kind of intimidating. You had to like walk up this, like, it was like on a 2-story building, and it almost looked like a motel, like a rundown motel, but like on the top floor there was this fish restaurant, and it was absolutely the best fish dish. I can taste it just now thinking of it, like, best fish dish I have ever had in my life, like, hands down. It was baked ahi, and it was like, they were doing it right. Like, and later down, I don't know if you know Anthony Bourdain, but like, he was a travel writer, and he featured them on their show, or on his show, like, because they're that good. I didn't know, but like, do you eat the fish raw or grilled or baked? Nice, yeah. I mean, I would eat any good fish. I would eat it all types of ways, but that one was baked, and I remember exactly, like, they baked it, and they slid it on a tinfoil like thing, and they slid it into like a styrofoam container. And I just remember when I opened that styrofoam container when I got back to my car, the smells were phenomenal. It was like seasoned with this cream sauce, and it was like peppery and creamy and slightly lemony, and the fish just flaked perfectly, and the combination, it was next level. It was like I couldn't understand why there wasn't like a line around the block waiting for them. Like, I think honestly it was just because the outside of the building looked so kind of sketchy that, like, you know, I had plenty of tattoos at the time, so like I wasn't worried. But like if you're just not used to that kind of setting, you might not want to go up there and approach it. But like, best worth it, 100%. R.I.P. Mr. Bourdain. Yeah, that was a sad day. He was one of my favorites. Like, he was like one of my inspirations, honestly. So yeah, but it's really cool. Like, I just happened to stumble upon like a lot of places that he goes to just by accident, and then I'll realize later, or I'll watch the episode later, and I'll be like, oh, that's cool. I've been there. Like, I went there either before he did, or I went there around the same time he did, and it's kind of cool. It's like a weird connection. Like, I remember I went to a restaurant in Charleston, like way back in the day. This was like 10 years ago. And I just stumbled in because it just felt, when I travel, I follow my gut. And I looked at it and I was like, this looks like a cool spot. And I went inside and I sat at a booth, and it's like, it has a whole bunch of like dollar bills pasted to the side of the, like, all over the place. Like, dollar bills just tacked to the walls. Like, that's their whole thing. I was like, that's weird. Like, does anybody try to steal those? But then I ended up getting some of the best fish and chips I've ever had in my life at that spot. And so I always remembered, like, if it was just average meal, I wouldn't remember it, but like, it was really, really good. And so I was like, oh, that was delicious. And then later on, like maybe 6 months later, I saw the Charleston episode with Anthony Bourdain, and he went to that same spot, and I was like, yeah. So I'm pretty much Anthony Bourdain or whatever. No big deal. So, but yeah, that's a long story short of why Korean is tagged in my streams, because I talk about it all the time. And also it's just easier because I do a thing on Thursdays. Every Thursday I do K-Drama Thursday, so it's just easier to keep the tag in there because I'll forget, like, if I don't. Yeah. Dollar bills with celebrity autographs on it. I don't even know if they were autographs. I think it was just they would just, the whole thing was to cover the walls in like dollar bills. There may be a celebrity aspect to it, like for some of them, but I honestly just remember just regular dollar bills, like push pinned into the wall, and like it was covered. So it's probably like at least a few $100 like total in that whole restaurant. And I was like, this is weird, but it also was kind of cool to see that like nobody would steal it or nobody like mess with it. Like that, I like being in a place where you feel safe enough to like leave money on the walls. That's also kind of a flex. It's just like your walls are literally covered with dollar bills. Like, that's kind of cool. But yeah, the fish and chips, amazing. Ahi Assassins, amazing. Spicy food, amazing. I don't know if I could do like level 5. I don't know, cause I don't like too spicy. It's wild. It's like weird. It's like there's definitely a limit for me. Where like I love spicy. I love like spicy where it makes where your nose starts to run, your eyes water, like maybe you shed a few tears, like your face feels warm. You gotta like undo your collar a little bit. I love that kind of spicy, where like it messes up your temperature. I love that. Like, there's nothing better than like some just some spicy kimchi soup when you're sick, or like any kind of spicy soup when you're sick. When you're sick, is just like kind of like floods out your system and makes you like just feel better eventually. Like, it doesn't feel great during the time, but like afterward, you just feel so much better. And but there's definitely a point where it's like too spicy. I remember I was making kimchi jjigae like one time, and I put too much. For some reason, I was messing around with habaneros. I don't know why, but like I made a habanero paste, but I put like, usually the recipe called for like half a habanero or maybe one habanero, and I ended up putting like 3 or 4 in that thing. And so I like grounded it up, and I was like, that doesn't look like too much. I put another one in, so I'm like at 5 habaneros right now. And that first bite I took almost burnt the top of my head off. Like, it was so spicy. It was too much. It was like too much of that. Like, I'll never do it again. Honestly, I haven't been able to eat habaneros since. You might miss good American burgers when you come to Korea, and potato chips. Oh, you know a lot about Korean food already. Yeah, Korean food's my jam. Like, I fell in love with it instant. Well, I fell in love with, honestly, I watched a Big Bang music video, and that sent me down a Korean media spiral. And then now that world was opened up, I was like, oh, let me try Korean food. And then I fell in love with Korean food even more than I fell in love with like IU. So then it's like that sent me down a whole different path. So yeah, you get ingredients from H Mart. I did when I was down in the South because Charlotte had an H Mart, but where I'm at, it's tough. So I order a lot of it online, or we have a few markets. Like there's a Korean market down in the city that has some stuff, but otherwise I just had to piece together some things. And the kimchi out here is not good. It is not good. Like, like you're right. I might miss some burgers. Y'all don't. Is there like? I'm trying to think. If anything, like I do love a good burger. I'm not gonna lie. I do love a good burger. Oh, it might be tough. That might be tough. But it'll be alright. Because I did the same thing. I'm curious to see like where the Korean food stacks up like against Hawaii. Because like I think, at least in my experience in my travels, like that's why I'm excited to eat my way through Korea, is to like, hey, I want to have it from the source. I want to have Korean food in Korea. Like, that's like having American food in America, or like Italian food in Italy, right? It's like that, I'm just assuming that's going to be where the best of the best is. But like, I remember Hawaii actually has some of the best Korean food I've ever had in my life. And so I'm curious to see how it stacks up. I'm sure the Korean version is going to be, but like, I think because Hawaii also has a really big population of Koreans. So it's like, I don't know. I miss a lot. Like that was a big part of like when I fell in love with Korean food, was my time. I spent like 4 or 5 months in Hawaii and like had so much Korean food that like it just became like, I remember going to like coming back to the mainland and like going to a restaurant and like not having banchan, and I was like, what's going on? What is this? Like, what? Like, I got addicted to kimchi. I was like, landlocked kimchi. Exactly. Landlocked kimchi is no bueno. Landlocked kimchi is on the same level as landlocked sushi. It's just like, it's a watered down version. It's like, it's also catered to like the Midwest palate, so it's like a lot less spicy. Like that's another thing. Like being in Hawaii, like it is touristy, but like there's a lot of like, it's not all catered to like the American palate or like the white palate. Like whoever doesn't like spice, I don't know who that is, but like it's all catered like in Hawaii. It's like they don't cater as much to that. So it's like I was getting like spicy, like just that chili paste that like. Mm. So the flavors felt deeper. It was like, so now I'm just super excited to just eat my way through Seoul, and like I said, my favorite dish is probably, and I'm so bad at pronouncing it, but it's the black bean noodle dish, and it's like, okay, let's go. It's like I can never say it. It starts at least in the jjajangmyeon. It's the one that's like the toughest for me to pronounce for some reason, but it's like a black bean paste noodle dish, and it's like I've tried to make it and I can't make it at all. Like I just don't make it right. But like I've had it in a few places that were like, it's just so nourishing. It's like the exact flavors and textures I want to eat, and especially if I get like a big bowl of it or plate of it. So that's like number one on my list of what I want to try there. Yeah, exactly. That like I can never pronounce it. Jjajangmyeon. But like that is my favorite dish. But I really like Americanized Chinese food though. You ain't lying. Americanized Chinese food hits a specific frequency in your stomach that like it is really good. I am right there with you. Like I am a sucker for sesame chicken and orange chicken and General Tso's or General Tso's, however anybody wants to pronounce it, and just like those egg rolls and crab rangoon. Like there is definitely a soft spot in my heart. Do you have a favorite dish from the Americanized? Like, were you a orange chicken fan? Were you like a Beijing beef fan? There's definitely the merits. Like you're right. The Americanized version is definitely, I say kung pao. Yeah, kung pao beef and kung pao chicken. I never had kung pao pork, but that's fun to say. But that is delicious with the side of crab rangoon. You have a very good point there. Like I grew up on a lot of that. But then that also makes me really want to try like authentic like cuisine from different regions in China. Like because from what I've seen and what I've heard, like I've had friends who adore China and adore like food in China. Like I probably would honestly love it more. But like it's one of those things where like that Americanized version is like so nostalgic. It's like I love like Tex-Mex, Americanized like Mexican food. Like I have a soft spot in my heart, but like I love like authentic Mexican food, like moles and like, you know. So, don't forget to try Korean version of Chinese food while you are here. Oh, is that good? Like the Koreanized Chinese food. Is that good? And what should I get? Like, is there like a like your version of that, or like is like the Kung Pao is like your favorite Americanized version? Do you have a favorite like Koreanized version? Because like I'm all ears. I will try it. I remember I went to London and I tried the London version of Chinese food and it was not that good. It was like almost like they had never even seen somebody from China, let alone like had a bite of food. Like at least in America, you're like, okay, they're like, maybe I could see a world where, this could have like evolved from Chinese cuisine. Maybe like some kind of, five spices in there a little bit. But like in London, it was like, y'all hadn't even seen somebody who's Chinese, of Chinese descent. Like you've never even, no, that's not London. What are you doing? England, like UK, no, that ain't. It's different. Actually, Jjajangmyeon is an example of Korean Chinese. No way. Interesting. Okay, so maybe I would love it. Maybe I would love it. That is interesting. Okay, I'm learning something. The dish I thought was authentic Korean is actually Koreanized Chinese. I like this. Okay. Is English food actually crap? It's not great. It's not great. I'll be honest. It depends again, like what you like. Like you said, you like beef. There are a lot of beef dishes there that are decent. Um, but like it's so. First of all, a lot of English food or like UK food is like heavy. And like me, I don't like to eat like heavy. Like I like to eat, you know, 4 or 5 smaller meals a day. I don't like to have like a big old meal. And like English food, a lot of it is like big portions, like get you through the entire day. Like if you have an English breakfast, it's good. I mean, you get sausage, you get, bacon, you get eggs, you get like tomato, you get like potato wedges, you get like all this stuff, but it's just like it's a lot more like quantity over quality in my opinion. Like I never looked back at my time in the UK and thought, man, that food was delicious. Like never ever. Like, and I know there are some restaurants like that like are doing really cool stuff and like really interesting, you know, like local produce and that kind of stuff that exists everywhere. And I know you can find it if you really look, but like on the whole, I found like if you're just going to like a random place in England, it's not gonna be like it's not gonna blow your mind. The real interesting stuff I think is like you know, like I guess it's still technically English, but it's like the different variations of, Indian cuisine. Like, or, you know, I went to, I think, a Pakistani place while I was in London. Like, different, like, kind of more that, where it's like, I don't think authentic, or whatever, like, whatever they consider to be native English food. I don't know if that's a thing. Whatever that, I thought that was, like, not that good. But there's good food to be found. You don't miss the fish and chips. Honestly, the fish and chips I had in Charleston, in America, was way better than the fish and chips I had in the UK. And that might be a hot take. UK, don't cancel me. I liked my time there. That was fun. But your food is not that great. I'll be honest. I'll say it. The fish and chips, decent. But like the fish and chips I had in that place with the dollar bills in Charleston, way better. Like it tasted fresher, less oily, more crispy. It like satisfied me in a different way. But like, I don't know. But like UK, I'd say is pretty far down on the list in terms of like food place for me. I don't put American food above many places, but like American food is definitely above British food, like hands down. And I know technically UK like claims like, I mean, Indian food. There's a whole thing where they colonized. It's not a good history, but like they claim Indian food is like part of their history. It's good. It is really good. It's better than most of the American like Indian food. But like everything else, British food, not great. So you like tonkatsu. If you end up over there, I wouldn't go for the food. That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't get my hopes up on the food. Now the accents are really cool. The music, really cool. Architecture, museums, most of that stuff was stolen, but really cool. But the food, Nah. It's like I would just be so mad if I took a flight all the way across the world to go eat in the UK. It's like I could get that in Iowa. I could get UK food in Iowa. Easy. And that's saying a lot. Soccer. Now I would go 100% for soccer. I actually would love to see a Man U game or a Chelsea game. Like, that would be so much fun. I almost went to a Real Madrid game. I know that's Spanish, but I almost went to a Real Madrid game a few months ago when I was in Madrid. The time worked out where I was going to be there right during a game, but I ended up, my flight got messed up, so I couldn't make it. But yeah, I would definitely go for soccer. Soccer and the beer. Like, soccer in the pubs. Like, that's why you go to the UK. Absolutely. Because the pubs are fun. And like I said, I don't even drink, but like something about being in an English pub just feels cool. And you just hear somebody, there's always somebody in the background with a beard who like you think might fight somebody else in the bar, but like you don't know if they're friends or if they're like really enemies. And it's like, that's always fun. And to hear the accents. But the food, it ain't it. It ain't it. I'm trying to think about where the best food in America is. The best food in America that I've experienced, because I've never been to LA, but I've always heard LA has some of the best food in the country. I feel like New York has overrated. Like, I feel like New York is pretty overrated. I've been to New York City, and there was some good food, but it wasn't like insane. It wasn't like, I'd say Charleston in the South. If you like seafood, if you like good food, Charleston is up there. Charleston's probably top 5 food places in the country. Chicago is probably top 5 in the country. Like, delicious food. And then I'd have to throw LA. Even though I've never been there, I just know of the places in LA and like just the mesh of like cuisines in LA. It's one of the few places I would put in that list, even though I haven't been there. What pro sports teams do you have in Iowa? We have no pro sports teams here, and it's so sad. Much like bodies of water, we have to go about 6 hours to the nearest sports team. Driving. It's depressing. It's really sad. It's like we don't have a pro soccer team. We don't have a pro baseball team. We don't even have a pro football team. And there's not going to be one here, honestly. It's like closest to Chicago. Closest to either Chicago or Minnesota. Like Minneapolis has a few teams. But Chicago's the one, pretty much the one most people gravitate toward. I want to try Southern food when I go to America. Ooh, now we're talking. Okay. Southern food, if you... Southern food is honestly one of my favorite foods. And if you haven't tried it yet, I absolutely think you should. Don't get me wrong, there are a lot of ones that are hit or miss. Like, a lot of people will like, I don't know. It's personally, I love Southern food. But a lot of people think it's a lot like the UK food, where it's like too heavy or like too much of stuff, right? Maybe too salty or too all this stuff. But like Southern food, to me, if you do it right, is like comfort food. It's like that bowl of like kimchi soup or kimchi stew, or like that bowl of like clam chowder. It's like comforting. It's like delicious. It's like spiced and like So yeah, I recommend if you haven't had Southern food in America, I would recommend it highly. But the only problem with that is you'll have to go to the South, which isn't. I love the South. Don't get me wrong, but to get good Southern food, you have to go to the southern part of the state or the country to get it like authentic, to get it like right. Because like even if you get Southern food in like the northern parts, like New York or America or like Chicago, it won't be the same. It'll be like the American version, the Americanized version of Chinese food. It'll be like the northernized version of Southern food is what it is. It's like close, or it's like some version of it, but when you're in the South, you get like Southern food. But yeah, what pro sports do you guys have? Are you still based in Korea, or are you like somewhere else? Um, you're in Seoul. Okay, so you got teams. You got teams. Yeah. What's do you have a sport that you follow? Like you big into soccer, you big into baseball? I would like to see like a Korean baseball game, or like a game in Seoul, or like I don't know, that'd be fun. I recently saw somewhere that a bunch of my favorite actors like went to a Korean game or like a baseball game, and I was like, whoa, that's wild, that's cool. It's like Hyun Bin and like Son Ye Jin and like the dude from Goblin was there, and then the other dude from what's he in? I can't remember what he's in. He's in a lot of things, but they were all like at a game together. I was like, that seems really cool. I was like, whoa. And Hyun Bin had like long hair, and I was like, what? What? I'm watching NBA playoffs these days. Same. Do you have a team? Like, do you have a team you follow? The game between Dodgers and San Diego. Probably, but I don't know baseball like that. Like, I don't know. I know some baseball. Like, I follow it during the playoffs, but like, wouldn't be able to tell you most of the teams, like picking them out. But the NBA playoffs, yeah, I'm with you there. Like, that's my sport. I love the NBA, so I watch. Me and my family just watched the Laker game this past weekend. I think it was just yesterday or 2 days ago. It was the first MLB game held in Korea, so a lot of attention. Oh yeah, okay, there it is. Ticket prices skyrocket. I bet. I forgot that was Okay. I forgot. I wasn't sure if it was two MLB teams or one MLB team and a Korean team, or like what it was. Because honestly, I just saw Son Ye Jin and I was like locked in, and I was like, whoa, she's so pretty. I can't like. And I was like, oh, they're at a baseball game. Whoa, like that's as far as I dived into it. But like, that's really cool that like they both played. But I bet those tickets were like, yeah, it'd been fun to go to, but I probably would not have been able to make it to that one. Like, but that's cool that happened, and that makes a lot of sense. Like, why the celebrities are out for that one. Korean League All Stars versus Dodgers was an exhibition game. Oh, okay, it's all coming together now. See, I would love to see like a Korean League like baseball game. Like, I'm not even, like I said, I'm not even a big baseball fan, but like I do like watching it live. Like, the most I've ever seen is like a AAA team here in America, which is like the minor leagues. So I've never seen like a pro team play in baseball. But it is always fun. You get like food, and like the atmosphere is cool, and like especially if you get to see it at night, it's like fun to watch. even if you don't know what's going on. So that's one thing I would do. Maybe I'll look into that. Seeing, I don't know when the season is, but it would be fun to go to like a Korean baseball game and just see what that's like. Maybe, man, I feel like you're inadvertently helping me plan my trip. So thank you. Much better when you go to the stadium. Yeah. No, I agree. Because I can't watch, honestly, I cannot watch baseball like for more than 3.5 minutes on TV. Like I will either fall asleep or throw something at the TV to change the channel. Like, I just can't. But when I'm there, it's like the mood and the atmosphere. Sometimes they have fireworks. The sun is setting. Like, it's just a real nice evening. It's like a cool way to spend a night. Like, it's always fun. And then it's like you realize how hard these people are hitting the ball, or like how fast the ball is going. And it's like, whoa. There's no way I could do that. That's insane. You thought of a shopping list when you come to Korea? Ooh, like things I want to bring back with me, or things I want to like buy when I'm there. You can even get Korean BBQ on your table while watching it. Oh, are you serious? Okay, now I'm definitely gonna do that. I didn't know that. Like, you can actually get. Is it good? Like, is it delicious, or is it just like average? Because in America, like when you go to the minor league games, at least, like the food is like, it's so average. It's like ballpark food. It's like classic like hot dogs and fries, and it's like decent, but it's like way overpriced. It's still alright. Like, it's, I don't know, but I feel like even decent Korean BBQ is better than like a really good hot dog. At least in my opinion, at least my taste wise. It's not the best food, to be honest. Yeah, that makes sense. There never is at baseball stadiums for some reason. But I guess it doesn't even have to be. It just kind of fits the mood. My shopping list. Good question. My shopping list when I go, honestly, I'll probably end up going to like I'm all mainly about food. So like anything food related. I don't know if I can bring back any kimchi. I'm gonna try. But probably like a hoodie, like a Korean made hoodie from like I don't know. I'll probably find like I really like local shops, local spots that like make like cool clothing. So I'll probably find like a nice like big oversized hoodie that's Korean made, and support like some Korean, like some local, support like local, like a local business, but also like have a really cool like hoodie to take home. But other than that, better to get it at a legit restaurant. Yeah, that makes sense. Same here. That makes complete sense. Like I'll save that food space for like an actual restaurant in Sadong. They sell many traditional souvenirs there. Okay. Now I'm down for that. I'm down because I've never been a big any shopping I do usually is like to pick up gifts for like my friends or my family or my dog. So, but I'll keep that in mind. Like I'm literally gonna save all these because these are perfect. I'm glad you came through because it's right when like I'm right in the middle of like planning in the ins and outs of like places I want to check out or things I want to see. So I remember Insadong for the shopping because yeah, I'm not a big shop. Like most of my time is going to be spent just eating or like, wandering around Seoul. But I always like to bring home something, at least one thing that like reminds me. Like when I was in Spain, I got like a really nice hoodie that like I wear all the time, and it's just nice to take something back with you, right? I don't know if you're the same way, but I like to have just something that's not pictures, something that's not like a memory, but something like real tangible that I can like wear or, you know, keep around. It just reminds me of my time there. Because usually either I get like a tattoo from the place, or I'll get um, like clothing. But I already looked into like getting a tattoo in Korea, and there's some amazing, incredible artists in Korea. But like, I've heard that like it can be quite expensive, and like also I don't want to spend like some of my trip like healing when I want to be like exploring, because like that tattoo healing process is no fun. But like I've seen some of the artists out that way, and I'm like, it's incredible talent. So it's like I never know. Maybe I will. Maybe I don't know. The jury's still out. Um, but yeah, if you have any ideas for shopping spots or anything like that, let me know, because like I said, I'm going in and I'm researching a little bit, but like I also just like being dropped in the middle of like a new city and just following my gut, you know, let my gut lead me to those places with the dollar bills on the walls, you know, leading to those just interesting spots. Black pork must try in Jeju. Okay, I've read an article that said that that's kind of what they were known for. It's like some of the best pork in the world, or at least some of the like most delicious. Good. Okay. Black pork in Jeju. I'm honestly, have you ever been to Jeju? Like, I'm excited to at least spend some time near the water, because like that's my biggest thing. It's like I love being near the sea, and I love coastal towns. And and honestly, like I don't even love cities that much, which is wild, right? Because I'm going to like I spend all the time in big cities, you know, and like I'm going to Tokyo and I'm going to Seoul, but like my heart is more on like the smaller side, where it's, you know, Jeju, like that. I've seen a few dramas set in Jeju. I've like done a little bit of reading on it, and it's like that's way more my speed. Just like a coastal town, kind of a small town vibe. Even though I think Jeju City is like bigger, even bigger than I'm usually like a fan of. But like just kind of more of that like coastal with a lot of seafood. Like maybe some Ajima would like adopt me, and like I can just, you know, go fishing, just become a fisherman down there, and like that'll be life. I've been there once. Oh, best pork I've ever had. Oh, that's getting exciting. Best pork. That's music to my ears right there. Okay. I love that. If you need some time to relax during your travel, you could stay a night in a temple or do some meditation. I'm open to that. I didn't even know that was a thing. How do they feel about tattoos though? Because I know, like that's one thing. Is like a lot of places. I don't know if that. I can't remember if that applies to some of the temples in Korea. I know it does in Japan. So I was always just wary. I don't know. I didn't look into that at all, because I just always assumed that I'm not going to be allowed in it. But I guess that's a bad assumption, because I would definitely do like a temple stay, or like a, you know, kind of like that, not that retreat vibe, but like that kind of exactly meditative, you know, relaxation night. Other Korean generations might have some prejudice against tattoos, but typically it'll be okay. That makes sense. I'll look into that, because that would be a lot of fun. It'd just be like a cool experience. And I would love to see, like, I love the quiet too. So like I can imagine some of those meditative like areas would just be peaceful. Just peaceful. That's a good tip. That's a good tip. You have to sleep on the floor, no bed. I'm fine with that. I am absolutely fine with that. All I need is maybe a mat, maybe even not a mat. You know, I love I'm like honestly most of the time I'm more comfortable on the floor. Like I love floor time, so that is not a problem at all. And eat only veggies, I can do that too. I can do that too. Once you only have landlocked sushi, you can eat anything. I could go without meat. I could go without as okay, not for like long periods of time, honestly, because like we talked about, I love a good cheeseburger, and I love me some short ribs. But for a period of time, like I could probably go, if I'm being honest with myself, at least a few weeks with just veggies. You should stream when you're in Korea. I thought about doing that, honestly. I thought about it, and I might. I honestly might. You think that'd be a good, like, I don't know. I'm always like, I'm afraid, like, I don't want, like, to bother other people. Like, I've never been, like, an IRL kind of streamer where, like, I don't know. I don't want to, like, be in a restaurant, like, bothering people with my stream while people are trying to enjoy it. And also, I really like, you know, I really want to enjoy, like, the trip, like, and just make the memories. But I think I might, honestly. I'll probably end up at least streaming at least a few times. At least a few times, like, just to kind of walk around. What would be fun, though? Would it be, like, eating streams? Would it be, like, walking tours? Would it just be, like, watching me try to, like, speak Korean to, like, an ajima and, like, failing, but, like, still laughing? I feel like that'd be kind of cute. I would just keep apologizing. I would just, like, I don't know. Although Jeju would be fun to stream because it'd be a lot of, like beach streams. So I could just, like, just chill out and talk, and, like, people in Korea are very forgiving towards foreigners. Oh, that makes me feel good. Okay. That makes me feel good. Yeah. That's the one thing I found in my travels is, like, as long as you try to be nice and, like, try to be kind to people, most people will try to do the same to you. Even places that, like, you don't think are friendly, like France. Like, before I went to France, I didn't think, like, I was so nervous because, like, I don't know much French. Like, they're going to be, they're going to judge me, or they're not going to be. But no, it's like, as long as you, like, try to, like, know a few words and just be like, I'm sorry, excuse me, then people will, like, do so much to just, like, make you feel, like, comfortable or warm, or, like, not, like, they don't want to make you feel like you're stupid, like, that kind of thing. So that's good to know that, like, in Korea, so don't worry about making mistakes. Okay, that does make me feel really good, because that is something, like, I'm sure you feel it when you travel, is like, I think we all do, where it's like you don't want to be that one who's, like, who can't, like, pronounce the thing the right way, or, like, makes it confusing for people because you don't know how to say something like that, But that's good to know that, like, people are, like, forgiving, because that's what I assumed, but, like, you never know. But that is good to hear. Yeah, I like that. So when I order my jjajangmyeon and I pronounce it like that, they're like, "We know what you're talking about. We got you. Here it is." I'm like, "I'm sorry. I know it's not right. I just don't. I can't. I need to hear it, like, in my ears. I need to hear someone say it, and I can't, like, just pronounce it." But yeah, that does make me feel better, especially since I'm going by myself. So it's like, and I know that's a whole thing too. It's like I was worried about going. Like, I wanted to go with my family, but, like, the timing hasn't worked out yet. So it'll be one of those things where I'll go first, and then, like, in a few years we'll all go as a family, because I feel like I would love to visit all around Seoul or all around Korea with my family, because it's like, you know, a lot of what I've seen, it's like a very like kind of gather around the table culture where it's like, you know, got your friends, you got drinks, you got food. You know, it's almost, I don't want to say weird, but it's almost like if you're eating by yourself, like there's a lot of places that like you can't go to, or you can't like, it just won't work if you're by yourself. Um, so that was one of those things that was like, it's gonna be interesting to like navigate, especially as like a solo foreigner. Like, but like I said, I'm sure people will be cool, and like, even if I get turned away where like they just don't serve solo people, it's like I'll be fine. I'll find somewhere else. Um, at least young people speak a bit of English, so they will help you out. That's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that because my Korean is not great. It's enough to get by. Like, I know only the K drama portion of Korean language. So like, I can speak enough to like say I love somebody, or like I can, like, it's always like in the realm of Korean dramas, which is not gonna help me at all. Like, because I'm not gonna like get in a relationship in Korea. I'm not gonna like start dating. It's like, but I know how to say I love you. I know how to say like, but I do that. I do know how to say like, you know, sorry and hello and goodbye and thank you, and like I can pronounce some dishes, like some food. I can't read Hangul though, so it'll be alright. It'll be alright. I want to, but I just haven't for this trip. But like I said, if I come back, then I will definitely come prepared, so I can like actually read some of the dishes from the menus, and like, I don't know, be kind of fun. But like, admittedly, I am a little nervous. I'm a little nervous just because like it's, I mean, it's always when you go somewhere like you don't speak fluently the language, like that's the biggest barrier. Is like, but the thing that I always remember is like when I went to France, I barely knew any French. When I went to Italy, barely knew any Italian, and I got by just fine. And I was making friends, and I was like eating good food. Like, it didn't matter. Like, you know, so I know that'll be pretty similar that same way, where I'll have a great time and I'll meet really cool people and I'll make friends and eat some of the best food of my life, only knowing what I know, or like, you know, but like I'm pretty good at like learning while I'm there, and like, you know, kind of getting better at the language while I'm in a place, and then learning like what's like accepted and what's kind of like culturally what's appropriate. Like, you know, when I was in France, I learned, you know, when to say hello. Like, when it's like you almost always say bonjour or bonsoir when you enter a place. Like, no matter what, even if the person isn't around or you can't see him, like you just almost always just announce yourself when you enter someplace. But like when you're in Madrid, it don't matter. When you're in Spain, you know, you just sit down, you do whatever. So yes, it'll be fine. Man, Tenkatsu, thank you. I'm glad you came through today, because yeah, that's good to hear. That makes me feel better. I probably will stream at least a few times. Maybe not in, because the first half of my trip is actually going to be in Japan. But like, really, I'm only going to Japan because I'll be around that area. But like the main. Oh, thanks, Tenkatsu. Thanks. Welcome to the family. Um, oh snap! And with that, we've reached the follow goal for the month. So man, thanks Tonkatsu for helping to reach the goal, and thanks for everybody for coming through and showing love. That's big. That's big. That's awesome. Um, so thanks everybody. Thanks for joining the family. Um, but yeah, I will be in Japan for just the first like couple weeks, just because I'm out that way. But really, that was just because like I wanted to go to Korea so bad, and I'm just gonna be out there anyway, and it just makes sense. But like my heart is in like Korean food and Korean culture. Like I don't know. It's just one of those things where like, you know, really honestly the food. It's like everything I eat I've just loved. It's just like one of the things like for some reason you ever have that like type of cuisine that like just hits your palate just right in just the right ways, where it's like everything you eat is just like exactly what you want it to taste like. It's exactly what you like your body craves. Is like that's Korean food for me. And like a buddy of mine, that's Mexican food for him, where it's like he craves it constantly, and it's like just what he naturally like. I don't know. Japan is gonna be fun too. Yeah, I am honestly, I am excited for Japan. Have you ever been out that way? Um, I am excited. I'm like I said, I'm much more excited for Seoul, only because when I like made a list of like the places I want to visit before I die, like Seoul is number one, like number one on that list by far. But Japan's like probably like top 20. So it's like it's on the list, but it's like it's not like, so I'm only just now like starting to get like more and more excited, because it's like I love a good crowded city, but like Tokyo just seems like a lot. Like I'm much more like we're talking like I'm much more like a Sapporo kind of guy, or like a medium sized city. Like maybe even Kyoto would fall into that. Or Nara. Nara's more my speed. That's the kind of more my like energy. Is like on the smaller side, a little more peaceful. Still things to do. I've never been to Japan. Oh, okay. Would you ever go to Japan? And if so, would you do Tokyo, or would you do like the smaller cities? Like it's one of those things like, yeah, since it's going to be my first trip to Japan, I'm going to go to Tokyo. Just like when you come to America, you go to New York or LA. Like it's just you have to do it because you have to. It's like it's the easiest to get into, but it's like you kind of have to see it, you know. So I'm going to go to Tokyo, and I'm ready for that culture shock. I'm ready for that like, whoa, like things are so different. But also I just want to eat. I just want to eat food. Like I've heard like a lot of Japanese cuisine. I heard like the standard of like eating is so much higher in comparison with America, where it's like you could stumble into most likely any restaurant you see and it's gonna have like pretty good food, or at least like delicious food. Yes, Tokyo and Seoul is too crowded. I'd like to visit major cities first and move on to smaller places. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, even Seoul is like, that's why I gotta go to Jeju. Like, honestly. That's why I'm not going to Busan, because it's like at some point I need to like get out of the crowd and like get out of like the massive like just metropolis and like buildings as far as you can see. Like I need to get out of that and like kind of like, you know, get that meditative like seaside air, and just, you know, where you can kind of take it slower. But I am the same way in traveling. I always like, I start in the major cities and then I end my trip in like smaller areas. It kind of makes sense in my brain, where it's like I start in the most chaotic area and like I get really good in like the chaos, and I get really good at navigating. And if I can do that, then like going to a smaller area is cake. It's easy. Versus the other way, where you like if you fly into like a smaller city, it might be good. Maybe it is. It's like you get kind of used to traveling around in a different country on a smaller scale, and then you move up to a bigger one. But I think for me, I would just be like, I don't want to end my trip on like chaos. I like to end my trip in a good mental state where I'm like, I can kind of decompress and like, spend a few days in Nara or spend a few days in Sapporo where it's like manageable. It's not chaotic. It's not like a frenzy of people. Like it's just a little more relaxing. Is that why you moved to Iowa? No, actually, I actually would never have moved to Iowa. I moved back because my family's here, and I wanted to kind of spend some time with my parents, because they're getting up there in age, and my dad was having some health stuff, so I kind of moved back to kind of help out and just be around again, because I was on the East Coast for a few years, so I had my time to kind of enjoy it. But yeah, if it was up to me, I would move them all down to the south with me. Like, yeah, Iowa is too far. I was like too far sleepy. Like, you know how I said I like to end trips relaxing? I was like a slumber party. Iowa is the baseball of states in America. It's like, and I can't even say that because Iowa's not even fun to be in, like, or to go to. Iowa is like, I'm sure there's an equivalent place in like Korea. Like maybe there's like maybe a small town that like, doesn't have too much going for it. Maybe it's known for like one thing. The people are cool, but like nobody really wants to spend time there. Or like everyone who's from there wants to leave there and like go to Seoul or like go somewhere else. Yeah, Iowa. If you ever, yeah, it's sleepy. It's very sleepy. It's just one of those places. It wouldn't be my first. It wouldn't be in the top 50 of places I would choose to live if my family wasn't here. It's one of those. But it is a nice retreat. It is like sometimes in the farm, like on the farmland, when it's summertime, and you get like a really warm day, and the air is fresh, and like you're driving around or you're just walking around. It's really cool. It is, honestly, it is really cool. Like it's beautiful sometimes, but it's just like, there's almost not enough to do for anybody. Like, can you go hunting there? Yeah, you can hunt here. There's a lot of, that's a big thing here is hunting, just because there's so much land. Like it's so open. It's so like, it's so, there's almost more deer here than people. So it's like, you can almost hunt anywhere out here, and people are usually cool with it as long as you get permission from like the landowners. Wow, deer hunting. Yeah. It's like deer hunting is a big thing here. People hunt like all types of stuff out here, but mainly deer. I think deer is like the biggest hunting. But yeah, when I'm talking like just open land, like it's something. I grew up in the city, and even our cities are pretty small. Like I'm talking like 100,000 people. But like once you go out into the country, you're like open, like flat land as far as you can see, just farmland for miles. You could spend an entire day walking and not and get out of farmland. Like I can't explain it other than if you like Google Midwest America, and it's just like, as far as the eye can see, just rows of corn, rows of soybeans, and like a lot of that you can hunt if you ask the people and if like you have the right permits and stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of hunting. I don't like hunting. I'm just never been a hunter. I'm more of a fisher, like a fisherman. But even that, I'm not good at. The only time I shot a gun was during my military service. Oh, right, because that's mandatory over there, right? Like military service. Interesting. So did they have like? Did you have to like train on how to use a gun? I love how I did like that. Like that's where the trigger. It's like that, right? Boop boop. Yes, mandatory. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we don't have that here. We don't have the mandatory service, which I don't know. I think we probably should, but I don't know. That's above my pay grade. But yeah, that's interesting. So did you learn like? Yes, we did shooting practice once a week. See, that would be kind of cool, and also that's very useful to know how to use like that. So that's really cool. Did you have to do like? Was there like a boot camp thing where you had to do like all the drills and push-ups and that kind of stuff? Or like someone was like yelling at you to like. I've always been curious if like Korean military service is like American military service, where like you have to do a boot camp, and at the boot camp they pretty much try to break you down and like yell at you and like turn you into a soldier. Boot camp for 6 weeks. Okay. How long is your service, if I can ask? Like, is it a 2-year thing? Because I've always been curious. 2 years. Okay, yep. That makes sense. Interesting. Did you like it, or like, are you glad to like not be in it anymore? Or like, I don't know what the best way to say that. Like, is it good to have it over, or do you like miss it? I hated it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I know myself, and I probably would have hated it too. Like I don't like, I like the concept, but in practice, I don't like someone yelling at me to do something like that, especially in that setting. I don't know. I don't know if I would like that. It's like being imprisoned. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like unless you have that kind of, some people are just born with that bone in their body where they're just like, they're all about that, like that lifestyle, that boot camp life. You know I have plenty of friends who like grew up in the military, their family were military, like that's all they know. So they like love that kind of lifestyle. But like me, it would feel just like being in prison. Like, even though I'm doing it for a good reason, like protecting my country kind of thing, like I feel like I'm losing a part of myself. I feel like, I'm trapped. And especially if it's mandatory, like that's the thing. It's not even mandatory here. But like if it was mandatory, it'd be like, oh, I definitely don't want to do this. You eat when I tell you to eat, sleep when I tell you to sleep. Yeah, so that's very similar to the American kind of, yeah. And I don't do well with that. It's like I could do it for 2 years is a long time. Well done. Well done to you on that. 2 years is a long time. I could do it probably if it was mandatory. Like if I knew for a fact, like I had to do it, I could do it. I wouldn't like it, but that would be a tough 2 years, honestly. I was stationed at an island near the North Korean border. Oh, dang, no civilians on the island. Oh, wow. So were you stationed there for the full 2 years? Or was it like, so you have boot camp for 6 weeks probably somewhere else, and then did you have to go up there for the rest of the time? So probably came to the island once every 2 weeks. Oh. So how does that work in terms of, did you get like to go on a leave like with your family or like friends or anything? Did you get to, I'm assuming nobody got to come see you. So did you get to go up like down boot camp on main island, the rest? Yeah. That makes sense. That's how I kind of pictured it. Interesting. Interesting. So when tide is high, supply cannot be. Oh, interesting. Because you were on an island. That makes sense. You were on an island. Ooh. Okay. So yeah. So I had to wipe my ass with newspaper. I believe it. I believe it. When those rations got low. Yeah, I believe it. They really put you in. They were like, yeah. But now you're prepared, I guess. I mean, that's the beauty. Like now, you got some skills now to survive, for the good or the bad, I guess. Yeah. Did you get a leave? Did you get like? So over here, I think you do boot camp for 6 weeks or so, and then you get like a leave home before you get stationed, and then I think you do stationed for like it's either 6 months to a year at a time. I can't remember, but there's a certain amount, and then you get a leave, and you get like a break of like a few weeks, and then you have to go back. 2 weeks leave every 6 months. Okay, so it's pretty similar as far as I know. But that'd be tough. 2 weeks every 6 months, and you have to do that, what, 4 times? Ooh. Okay. And you never have to answer if you don't want. But like, what was the toughest portion? Was it the beginning? Was it the middle or the end? Like, yes, it sucked. Yeah. Like for me, I think knowing myself, the toughest portion would probably be that middle portion. Like that middle, like that second or third leave when I'm back home and I'm like, I just don't want to go back. Probably that second leave would be like, I just don't. Because you have another year. You're like, but you're already here with your family and you're eating your foods and you're like, beginning for sure. Oh, okay. Interesting. I feel like beginning would be a shock to the system. Like, unless, I don't know if they'd like prepare you at all for it, but I'm sure, I can't imagine they would. Like, much like here, it's like, you don't know what it's like until you're there. Like, you don't know, they kind of keep the rest of us like kind of, or like non-military people, keep us like, they don't tell us what's going on. They don't tell us what boot camp's really like. They don't tell us what like active or duty is really like. So it's like, there's no way you can know. So then once you're in it, it's like a shock. It's like, oh, this is what my life's going to be like for the next 2 years. That would be so tough. Towards the end, it was tough because time passed so slowly. Yeah. Okay, so the beginning and the end were the toughest. Okay, interesting, because I chose middle, but I also said I haven't been through it, so I don't know. But like that time passing slowly, I can empathize with that a whole lot. Does that so essentially? Okay, I got 2 questions. One, do they tell you in advance like when your leave's gonna, like when your military service has to be, or do you get to decide like, okay, I'm gonna do it right after I graduate high school, or I want to do it when I'm 24? Like, I thought you had to do it before a certain age, but like, do you get to at least decide like when those 2 years will be? Because like if that was the case, I'd probably do it right after high school, just to get it out of the way, just to have those 2 years where I can fulfill my service and then go on about my life. You can decide when you go, but you have to complete before you are 34. Okay, yeah. Interesting. Okay. And then so for those 2 years, is it like your life's on pause? Is it like, you don't really do anything to like, if you're doing school or your career, or like, is it pretty much like these 2 years just kind of disappear into your service, if that makes any sense? Yes, school and work, everything is on pause. That's so interesting. That is so interesting. But then again, that is very similar to here. Interesting. Do you get to decide if like you want to do a career in it afterward, or is it just like, oh, your 2 years are done. All right, go home now. Because like for us, since it's like not mandatory, it's very much like the people who do that, who do the service, are there because they want to be in part of the military, right? So it's like it's a different dynamic because like that whole there's no it's not really like you on pause on like at least for the military here, because yeah, everyone who signs up to do boot camp or signs up for like a service, that's like what they want to do, or that's what their career is going to be. So it's like that's working toward their goals of being like progressing in the military and doing that. You know, it's like they'll do 2 years service and then, you know, re-enlist and do 2 more or 3 more, whatever it is. Like that's kind of like, or they're doing it like they want to make a career out of it and they want to do like 10 years in the military for the benefits, and then, you know, so they'll do that, and then after 10 years then they'll do something else. You can choose to become a permanent soldier, but you have to take a test. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's so interesting to me. That's so cool. I'm right there with you with like, I guarantee for me, that's why I'm not part of the military in America. It's like that would have sucked for me. Like I would have like it's like I don't mind when people tell me what to do, but like do it nicely. Like ask me like, "Hey, would you drop and give me 50, please?" I'm like, "Okay. Since you asked nicely, I gave you 51." But like if you tell me to drop and give you 50, I'm gonna have to fight back. I'm gonna have to push back on that, and you can't do that in the military. Like you can't push back. That's the whole thing. Is, you know, you have to be a soldier, a good soldier, and it's like like I said, I could do it if I had to do it, but it would not be easy. That would be a tough 2 years. But I guess it would be really cool to like get through your service and like be done and like accomplish something like that. Like now you have like served your military service. Like that's real cool. Like that you can say that and you have those experiences. But then also it's done. So now it's like, barring anything crazy, you can just go back to your life and like focus on that and not have this weighing over you. At least you get great benefits when serve in the military in America, right? But in Korea, since it's mandatory, no benefits. Oh, that's wild. That's true. That is true. Because that was like the only good, not the only good thing, but like the benefits package. And I'm not well versed on this, so I'm not like the expert to ask. But like as far as I know, that was a big incentive. And I know it's gone downhill. Like at least recently, is like the benefits of being in the military is like not too great anymore, or at least as good as it was. But yeah, that was a big incentive for people to go to the military on our end. Is like since it was voluntary, they would like, you know, obviously make it so people would want to volunteer. So they'd give them like retirement benefits, you know, housing stipends, things like that, where it's like incentivizing someone to do that for 2 years or do that for 5 years. But that's a interesting dynamic since it's since it's mandatory, there's no benefits. Like, man, that would be even tougher. Because I'm trying to think, like, that's the whole point. Well, not the whole point. You know, most of the people who join the military here, like, do it because, you know, they want to serve the country and protect and usually, hopefully, with honorable intentions. Like, that's kind of the thing. But then the big part of that is, like, the hope that your country will take care of you, too. And, like, help you set up for your future. So that's wild. You only get paid like $300 a week or $300 a month. Whoa. Yeah, that's way lower. That'd be tough. That'd be tough to give up 2 years and for that. Like, so it's not even like you can't even really save much more than if you were working. Like, oh, that's tough. It's like slavery. Yeah, that's $300 a month, and doing like that, and being away from family and loved ones, and having to wipe your butt with newspaper. That, all those things together, that would be a tough 2 years. That would be so tough. I don't know if I could do it honestly. Like, just thinking like I definitely wouldn't volunteer. Like, if it's mandatory, obviously I would do it. But like, man, I would hope that's wild. But I guess you're right. Since it's mandatory, it's like there's really nothing you can do. Like, you can't. Man, did you at least get to travel? Like, did they at least like? No, I mean, you said you were on that island. Like, another big part of like being in the American military is like, at least you get stationed in like other countries some of the time. So it's like a perk of being in the military, besides like the stipend and like hopefully a good base pay and like kind of the benefits like insurance and family stuff, is like you get to be stationed somewhere where there's a base. So like, you, for at least Americans, you get stationed in Germany, you can get stationed in Japan, you can get stationed in, all these different countries. So like, that's another added perk. Like, that was honestly the only reason I would have joined, is like to travel. That's why some people intentionally cripple themselves to avoid it. Whoa. Is that a thing? Like, purposefully like injuring themselves so to avoid it? We had that, but like that was mainly for the war. Like, to avoid a war, we would, like, a lot of people would injure themselves, or they would like declare injuries that like would make them unfit to fight. There was an option to go to the Middle East, but I didn't apply. Okay, that's probably safe. I mean, I know that a lot of the Middle East is safe, but like some spots, like especially like if you don't have a choice of where you're going, you just get to like, that would be tough. Like, that would be scary. Like, that would be one thing in the military. It's like a crapshoot. It's like, you could be stationed in Germany or you could be stationed in Israel. It's like, you don't know. So it's like, one would be just a cakewalk. Not a cakewalk. I don't want to like, I don't want to say like any military job is like a cakewalk. It'd be but it's like, one would be in the middle of conflict and one wouldn't be. And it's like, the fact that you don't get to choose that as a soldier is like, ooh, that's so tough. Like, giving up that control and hoping your country is doing what's best for you, like, that's a slippery slope. So I don't know. But when you go there, you get paid much more. That makes sense. Because I'm assuming that'd be like more hazard pay-esque, where it's like combat pay, which would, yeah. But me, I'll be fine with my newspaper on that island. I'd be alright with that. I'd be just fine. I mean, no, it'd be tough. Don't get me wrong. It'd be tough. Do you guys have mosquitoes over there? Are there mosquitoes on that island? That would be a nightmare. What were the rations like? What was the food? Was it like just terrible? That's one thing I've ever heard. Now, I don't know an American military, but like, I've heard like the military food is not good. It's like UK food. It's like British food. It's like military food is like British food. Mosquitoes were our best friends. That is terrible. That is terrible. Actually, food was good because we got ration from the Navy. Oh, okay. Interesting. I could live through most anything if, as long as I had at least some decent food from time to time. Like, yeah, I could put up with a lot of things as long as the food was alright. Maybe not mosquitoes though. Mosquitoes. If you ever go to the South, just bring some bug spray because like the mosquitoes there, not fun. Like you'll get some yummy soul food, some southern food, but also the mosquitoes. So it's like there's always something. But I can manage on an island. The mosquitoes would be kind of bad. One day our supervisor went fishing and provided us with sashimi. No way. That's awesome. So you're getting like fresh, like just caught sashimi. That would be delicious. Fresh out of the sea. That that's my speed. That's what I love to do is just catch fish and like I don't necessarily do sashimi because I don't got the knife skills for that. But like I'll throw it on the grill, fresh like just fresh trout out of the creek. So I'm right there with you. That honestly, that's all I need. Like if I wherever I end up, if all I have is like a river and a fishing rod, I can make it work. I can build a campfire. I can makeshift a little grill, like a little grate, grill my fish. I can pick some berries and spring like. But that freshly caught sashimi, I bet that was delicious. I bet that was real good. That right there is automatically better than British food. 1,000%. 1,000%. We call him the fisherman because he was always out fishing. See, that'd be me. That'd be me. I'd be the fisherman of the group. 1,000%. If there was a role in the army of fishermen, sign me up, baby. Sign me up. I would love to be the fisherman, but unfortunately, last I checked, there's no role in the army where you can just fish. So, when that day comes, maybe I'll join the army. But until then, I can't. Since we were isolated on the island, he had no one to boss him around, so he did whatever he wanted. I respect that. And he got y'all fresh fish sometimes, or at least once. That'd be me all day. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily do what I wanted. I would make sure the group is good. But like, if the government told me not to fish, I'm probably going to fish. A, because I love fishing, but B, because they told me not to. It's like, and now I have to fish. And now this fish is going to taste extra good when I eat it. Sometimes when he caught a lot, okay, see? Yeah. That would be me to a T. I'd share the food when I had it. If not, I'm just chilling. You would just see me with like a big old flowy shirt and like a sun hat with a visor. I'm out there just casting a rod. You know, I wouldn't move. I would move once every like 3 hours. You know, I'd say things like good waves today or quiet night, huh? I say things like that. You know, or like whale of a storm last week. I would just say like phrases that like I feel like fisher people say. That'd be a good life. But then also you're stuck on an island, and something I learned about myself, I don't do well on islands. I never thought that would be the case because I love being surrounded by water, which is weird. But like, I'm not maybe it's because I grew up landlocked, but like, something about being on an island is like too much water and not enough land for me. Like mentally, I know like I had to take a boat to get off this place. But I don't know. I don't know. Dang, it's 3 a.m. here. Tonkatsu, what time? What is it like? What is it over there? Like 2 p.m., 3 p.m.? In the winter, it's extra cold because of the wind from the sea. Oh. I didn't even think of that. Because it gets cold over there. Like, pretty sure it gets almost just as cold as there as it does here. And like, especially with the wind off the water. Ooh, that's a rough. It's 5 to. Oh, dang. Okay. Dang. All right. Dang. Man. 5:20. Actually, that's not bad. That's not bad. It's really late for you. Yeah, it is. It is. I didn't even realize I'm glad you came through because that was a good. We got into some good. You got me talking about food now. That's mine. Like I'll talk about hours, but it's almost 4 a.m. here. So yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up for today. But Tonkatsu, thanks for coming through and humoring all my like K-drama babbling but like talking about some really cool stuff. Like I'm legit gonna save all this so I can like check out some of those places you mentioned. At least jot them down for my trip. Music, food, Korea. Yeah, we started with Taylor Swift, I think. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, nice talking to you too, man. That's yeah. I'm glad you came through, and thanks for the follow and you know, if you're ever around, I'm yapping pretty much just like this most nights. So if you want to come through and talk more food or whatever is on your brain, you're welcome always. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. Hopefully you're having a good evening, and you know, maybe get some extra good food for me tonight. Like just to have an extra yummy meal, just because. I'll catch you later. Yeah, I'll catch you later. So yeah, tomorrow my voice is even starting to go. Tomorrow will be Topic Tuesday, so we'll do the random topics. We'll just yap about anything and everything. Wednesday will be Alan Wake. We'll play through that a little bit more. Thursday will be K-Drama Thursday. And I think what we'll do for that is we'll talk about my favorite, like my top 5 or 10 K-dramas I've seen recently. And then Friday we'll end it out with some Alan Wake again. Maybe finish it on Friday. That'd be cool. So yeah, I'm gonna go eat some. Yeah, right. So yeah, if any of those sound fun, if any of those days, you know, like I said, Tonkatsu, you're always welcome. Now that you join the family, you're always welcome anytime. So, but yeah, I'm gonna go probably eat some pie, watch some more Crash Landing on You, and go to bed. But yeah, I'll see everyone tomorrow, probably about 10 p.m. Central Time. So yeah, eat some good food. Just kind of relax. Hopefully you had fun today. And yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. It's been fun. See y'all. And we made it to 10. We made it to our follow goal for the month. So tomorrow we'll have a new goal. But once again, thank you for everyone for coming through and showing love and supporting. We are slowly but surely hitting our goals. So that's always fun. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm glad everybody come through and enjoy it. Okay, enjoy your pie and good night. Peace. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you. Same to you. Hopefully you have something delicious. But yeah, enjoy your peace too. And so yeah, thanks everyone for showing love and support. And yeah, I'm done yapping. I promise. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right. Bye.